Welcome back to Veterans Stadium. Here's your Sherwin-Williams starting lineup tonight for the Colorado Rockies, managed by Don Baylor. Alex Cole leads off in center field. Roberto Mejia is the second baseman. Andres Galarraga back at first base. Dante Bichette is in right field. Charlie Hayes, a former Phil, at third. Gerald Clark in left field. Joe Girardi, the catcher. Freddie Benavidez, he's the guy who beat the Phillies last week at Mile High. And on the mound, the right-hander Armando Reynoso.
And for Jim Fergosi's first place Phillies in the infield, Holland, Stocker, Duncan, and Kruk. In the outfield, Incaviglia, Dykstra, and Eisenreich. Behind the plate, Darren Dalton, and on the mound, one of the Twin Towers, Tommy Green, the other Kurt Schilling.
6'5", 219-pounder. Tommy, now 26 years of age, makes his home in Richmond, Virginia. Born in Lumberton, North Carolina. #1 pick in the Atlanta Braves in June of 1985 when he was the 14th pick overall. Tommy 9-0 this year at Veterans Stadium with a 2.85 earned run average in 13 games here at the Vet. He's 19-6 lifetime. Here are the umpires for the ball game tonight. Behind the plate, Charlie Relaford. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, is at first base. Jerry Lane, is at second. And the crew chief is Paul Runge. He is at third base. DeMuth was a crew chief when we saw that crew a little earlier when Paul was on vacation.
And I was in the big leagues when Paul broke in. So what does that tell you? And my rookie year, I got his father in my second big league game. Talk about an umpire that had a extra large strike zone.
Ed Runge. Here we go with Alex Cole. Will lead it off. One of the two left-handed batters that the Rockies have on their roster, not in their lineup tonight, but on their roster. The other being Daryl Boston, and he is on the bench. Cole can run a little bit if he gets on. He's stolen 25 bases. And the first pitch of the game from Tommy Green is hit into right field for a base hit. They were playing him up the middle, and he just slapped it right past Duncan into right field. So Cole on with a base hit, and as we mentioned, he is a threat to run.
Well, that's getting things off with a bang for the Rockies. Watch the location of the pitch by Green. It's a fastball. It starts to run down and away, and Cole just turned on it. Normally when you hit that ball, it's an easy ground out towards second base. But as Chris said, Duncan playing Cole a little bit towards second base, and the ball scooted through.
There you see his percentage. And the batter is Roberto Mejia, the second baseman. They brought him up a few months ago, and he's taken over as a regular second baseman. He bunts foul out of play. He comes out of the Dodgers organization. Just 21 years of age from Atomayor in the Dominican Republic. There are the numbers on him, and he is hitting really well at Mile High Stadium like a lot of these guys do, but he's not hitting much on the road. Just 169 on the road, 309 at home. The Rockies love that ballpark of theirs. What an offensive place that is.
What is it, 5,200 feet in the air in height?
It's a mile high.
Yeah, so.
There he goes. They play a little bunt and run or run and bunt. And he fouls it off, and Cole will head back to first. It's 0-2.
The ball really carries in that thin air.
Don Zimmer, the great Zim, the third base coach. And Jerry Royster is over at first base.
A few ex-Dodgers on the coaching lines here.
Zim's an ex a lot of things.
Yeah, but he broke in with the Dodgers.
What a beauty he is. Here's the 0-2, and Mejia swings and misses. He struck him out. Tommy Green's 119th strikeout of the year.
Good pitch by Green right here. Mejia going after a pitch. It really isn't a strike. He started on the outside part of the plate, and a lot of rookies take that for as a strike, and as the ball breaks down and away out of the strike zone, they go after it.
Andres Galarraga, you can see the heavy brace on his right knee through the uniform there. He is just back off the DL, missing 24 games with a second-degree sprain of the right knee. His average at 386, but he does not have enough plate appearances right now to be carried as the league's #1 hitter as he was for quite some time. That big open stance that he's come up with, and they pitch out, snap throw to first, and Cole's back. He thought Cole was going to run that time.
You know, this is a much more exaggerated stance than he had in his first trip in here, Chris. Almost hitting like John Kruk from the right side. This was a guy of quite a bit of controversy today in the papers about that little unknown rule in the rule book where he could possibly win the batting title here in the National League by not having enough plate appearances. Plate appearances, as you heard Chris mention, are required to have 502, and the 502 plate appearances include walks, hit by pitch, any at bats. They included as plate appearances.
He needs to average 4.5 the rest of the way, and he needs to stay healthy. He's missed a total of 41 games this year with 2 injuries, the latest being that knee problem.
But you want to tell him? Go ahead and tell him what the rule is. I kind of find that very fascinating as they pitch out again.
What was that?
Yeah.
It looked like Dalton was. You're right. It looked like Dalton was jumping out for a pitch out, and Tommy Green just fired it in the dirt. Cole started to go, saw what looked like it might be a pitch out, and then stopped. Well, look at this.
Yeah, it was a pitch out. It was just a bad pitch. Dalton was all set to make a throw. Usually a pitch out is about somewhere about the belt or a little higher, where the catcher can get good arm position with the ball. And the ball was in the dirt, so Dalton made a nice play to keep the ball from going back to the backstop.
Meanwhile, the count is 2-0 now on the guy they call El Gran Gato, the big cat. There he goes. He's running this time, and it's smoked to center. Dykstra won't get it. It's over his head. It will bounce. That bounced over the wall. Did they call it finally? Yes, they finally call it. And now that means that Cole's going to have to go back to third base because that's a ground rule double. Didn't look like any umpire was calling that for a long time, and it definitely bounced over.
Am I wrong in interpreting this as we see the ball bounce? Isn't one umpire supposed to run out to the outfield to check where the ball goes?
Well, Don Baylor's saying just that right now, but this ball bounces over.
You can see that.
There's the hop,
sure,
and it hits the tarp, and then it comes back. It definitely bounced over, but I think what he's trying to say is, your point is, who saw it?
Yeah, because it was called by the first base umpire, and I'm under the impression, all the years I played, that one umpire of this crew has to run out in the outfield to check that, or at least make an attempt.
Yeah, the second base umpire is kind of in trouble in that play because of the runner on first. He has to be in there to call the play at second, so it has to be one of the guys down the baseline run out and get a good angle. Here's Dante Bichette as Galarraga is at second, and Cole is at third. Phillies catch a break on that ball bouncing over the wall because Cole would have scored easily. Dante Bichette, what a year he's having. It's hit the center field. Dykstra will run this one down, and Cole will score. Galarraga hobbles over to third. He's not running very well. And Colorado jumps on top with a run here in the first inning on a sacrifice fly by Dante Bichette. His 76 run batted in on the year.
As Chris said, Bichette having a very good year, getting a lot of balls hit very well in Colorado, but also on the road has a pretty good average.
Bichette leads the league in doubles with 37 of them. There's Galarraga with that heavy knee brace, really hobbling around out there. It'll be interesting to see how that affects his play at first. Charlie Hayes, the batter, the former Philly, having a good year. 19 homers, 72 runs batted in, career highs for him. And the pitch is outside.
Well, getting back to that rule, if a batter is, let's say he's 20 plate appearances short from the 502 mark, if he can take an 0 for 20, and if that 0 for 20 has his batting average still higher than all the rest, and he can win the batting title.
Right.
And it's never been used, by the way, before, but there's a possibility in this case that, and we don't know how many at bats short that Galarraga will be, or if he will be. Don Baylor has said he will make a very concerted effort to get him all the at bats he needs, but if he is shy a certain amount, he can go 0 for that amount, and if he's still ahead in the batting race, he'll win.
Fastball misses high. Tommy Green's making his third appearance of the year against the Colorado Rockies.
You know, you've been around this game for all these years, and that's the first time I've ever heard of that rule.
And it could come into play this year. There you see Tommy's numbers against Colorado. 3-0 pitch to Charlie Hayes, and it's over for a strike on the outside corner. Charlie thought it was wide, and he'll head on back. Green beat Armando Reynoso here at the Vet 6-2 on June the 5th, and he beat Lance Painter 18-1 at Colorado on May the 30th.
I think this guy was a mistake by the Yankees and letting him get away.
There's another pitch on the outside corner for a strike.
Even though the Yankees have gotten Wade Boggs, and Boggs is a pretty good ball player and done a pretty good job for the Yankees, I think the Yankees could have used Charlie Hayes' bat more this year in that position. And he's had a terrific second half, as you can see right there. And had Charlie Hayes been on the Yankees this year, it might be a little different story up there in the American League.
Green had a no decision against Colorado last week out there. Fouled away. The Rockies are a hot team. They've won 4 in a row and 11 out of 14. And they've won 7 out of their last 8 on the road. And they're 11-10 in the month of August. The longest they've been over 500 this late in the season in their short history, as we look at Don Baylor, who's done a very good job with this club, being patient.
That's an understatement right there. Patience for this club.
And Green misses high with a fastball, and Charlie Hayes walks. Tommy Green not throwing the ball real well here in the first inning, but so far has only given up 1 run.
You know what he told me his biggest problem was in the beginning of the year? They couldn't find out how to use their long men, because their starting pitchers were only going maybe 3-4 innings apiece, and they really didn't know who to fit in that particular role. And it really hasn't been till the second half where they've been able to find who pitches where in the long man rotation. And as you can see, they're starting to get it together a little bit now.
Gerald Clark, the batter, the former San Diego Padre, takes it inside. There are your base runners. Galarraga at third base and Charlie Hayes at first. Fastball hit to right field, shallow. Eisenreich right there. Jim waits, puts it away. Rockies are gone in the first inning. They pick up a run on 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 2 men on base. 1-0 after a half inning.
Hazy sunshine this afternoon. High close to yesterday's 96 downtown.
The metal cylinder is secured and turned in a counterclockwise motion, causing the internal railing to rise and disengage. It's easy to make something as simple as opening a jar complex. The challenge is making the complex simple. But that's what we do at Bell Atlantic Mobile. We take cutting-edge technology and place it comfortably in your hands. Bell Atlantic Mobile. Advanced technology and people who make it mean something.
Here's your Sherwin-Williams starting lineup tonight for Jim Fregosi and his Phillies. Lenny Dykstra in center field. Mariano Duncan back in the lineup at second base. John Kruk at first. Dave Hollins at third. Darren Dalton catch. Pete Incaviglia swinging the bat really well against these Rockies, so he's in left field tonight. Jim Eisenreich in right. Kevin Stocker, what a hot hitter he's been. And on the mound, the right-hander Tommy Green.
And for Don Baylor's Colorado Rockies, Hayes, Benavides, Mejia, and Galarraga in the infield. Gerald Clark, Alex Cole, Dante Bichette in the outfield. Joe Girardi will be behind the plate, and on the mound, Armando Reynoso.
Armando Reynoso is 6 foot, 186 pounder. He is 27 years of age from Jalisco, Mexico. He was a 4th choice in the 3rd round of the expansion draft by Colorado. They took him from Atlanta. There are the numbers on him. He started out fast this year, winning 7 out of his first 11 ball games, but now he's lost 5 out of 6 decisions. His last outing was against the Phillies, and he lost to Ben Rivera last week at Colorado by a score of 10-7, going just 4 2/3 innings, giving up 8 hits and 5 earned runs. He is a off-speed pitcher. Some call him a junk baller.
Is that what they call it? Well, one thing for sure, he kind of reminds me of Juan Marichal in all the different variety of pitches he throws, because he'll change speeds on all of them. He's got a fastball, a curve, a slider, and a change, and a split finger, and you never know which direction he's going to throw. Over the hand, sidearm, 3/4.
Lenny Dykstra leading the league with 113 runs scored, and also in walks with 101, just having a great season. Lenny batting at .303. His high point of the year is .309. Reynoso throws a backdoor breaking ball and misses with it. He throws curve, slider, changeup, sinks his fastball, sails it.
Well, when you don't have that overpowering fastball, you have to be a little deceptive, and you got to change your speeds, and he does it pretty good. Like you said, he's pitched 148 innings already this year.
Outside, 2 balls and a strike. He also has an excellent move to first. He's picked 6 runners off. There's Lenny Dykstra with those 101 walks. Darren Dalton. Bonds jumped in there to spoil the party. Phillies had had the top 3. And Lenny fouls it off out of play left side. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Dykstra, followed by Duncan, and then Kruk. Colorado with a first inning run leads it 1-0.
They might have to look back a little ways in the record books to find a team that's had 3 guys with over 100 walks.
The National League has never had one.
I mean, all the teams that I've ever seen, that's phenomenal to have guys that are that close. 3 guys on one team.
National League has never had one. The Phillies have never had more than 1 player in one season go over 100 walks. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dykstra. Hard ground ball. Mejia playing deep and over towards the hole. Grabs it, throws him out, 1 away. This guy's a good little second baseman.
That's the same ball that Alex Cole hit, but Mejia was playing in a normal second base position where Duncan was playing a little bit more up the middle. Consequently, they get Dykstra out on that ground ball.
And that will bring up Mariano Duncan, batting at .277 with 8 homers and 54 runs batted in. Duncan missing the game yesterday with a sore back after being rolled into on that takeout the other night by Steve Finley in Houston, a controversial play. Slider misses outside. Duncan's hitting .304 here at the vet this year. He's batted safely 15 out of his last 17 at a .319 clip. Fly ball right field. Dante Bichette will come in a few steps and wait. 2 down.
You know, I didn't get a chance to see that play, and I know there was a lot of controversy in the papers. What do you think? Think it was, he really rolled him out of it?
No, it was
a hard slide, clean?
It was a good slide, and he rolled a little bit into Duncan, and it was an overreaction on Gary Darling's part, the umpire.
But, you know, I mean, this game, as people say, this is supposed to play hardball, and when you go into second, you're supposed to take the guy to second, so I didn't get a chance to see it on any of the replays, so I did want to ask you about that.
There is a rule on roll blocking, but I mean, that was so marginal. Astros would have won that game in regulation. They wound up beating the Phillies as it turned out in 10. John Kruk, who's 3rd in the league in hitting at .333 and 4th in walks, as you saw in that earlier graphic, with 93 of them. Reynoso gets it on the outside corner. He'll try to live out there tonight. In the game at Colorado last week, he was very wild, and the Phillies got ahead in the count quite a bit. Hurt him. And this one's outside, 2-1. Dave Hollins on deck. Kruk is 3 for 7 off Reynoso with 2 RBIs. It's a .429 average as you look at Hollins. Off the end of the bat, looped into center field for a base hit by John Kruk. First hit of the game for the Phillies.
Well, if you're going to see a lot of off-speed pitches and a lot of backdoor breaking balls, you got to serve it the other way, and watch Kruk what he does with this pitch. Here the pitch was running away from him, almost going out of the strike zone. Kruk, who had opened up, waited with his weight back and just flicked it out there like he was playing tennis. What a hitter.
Dave Hollins among the National League leaders in runs with 78, and also has a lot of walks, 62. Hollins 342 right-handed, 240 from the left side. Hit a couple balls really hard in Houston out to left and left center. One a home run, one a gap double. That's always a good sign for him from the left side.
I used to hit home runs all the time in Houston. I'd hit the ball, and then I'd run out and get it, and hit it from short left field, and hit it again, and we'll go out of the park.
Fences are a little shorter now. You'd like it a little better.
Think so? I had a tough time there hitting. I remember getting jammed 3 out of 4 times in one game with J.R. Richards on the mound.
Wow,
Not only did I get jammed, I came back and had my bat in 3 different pieces on 2 of those occasions.
What a dominating pitcher he was. Holland's down in the count now, 0-2. Kruk with a short lead off first. Holland spoils one, fouls it off. Ball goes back down into the crowd. Another big crowd here, a Monday night with an expansion team. And you're looking at 40,000 again, it looks like. What a tribute to the Phillies. The way fans are turning out this year to support this ball club.
I was checking the statistics earlier. We are 780,343 fans ahead of last year at this time.
Here's the 0-2, and it's way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2.4 million mark will be passed this evening.
I would think that would make Bill Giles a very happy owner this year with the team that he has put forth on that deal with Lee Thomas's help.
Phillies won 70 games last year. They come into play tonight 78-46. Here's Reynoso, has that quick move. We mentioned he's picked off 6 base runners, and Kruk's not about to be the next one. With that lead.
Little Larry Rosen just whispered in my ear, 14 straight 40,000 plus crowd. That's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Way inside, a nice play by Joe Girardi. Collins a lot of times will just stand there and take one for the club. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of like he's oblivious to pitches that hit him. You know, kind of like Don Baylor was when he played. If the ball was ever thrown at Baylor, he never moved. He just kind of took it and went and grunted and then went down to first base. And Hollins is the same way. He never gets out of the way of the ball. Very seldom. Unless it's at his head, of course.
Jam fouled out of play. Happy birthday tonight to Bill Solgina, Phillies host here at the ballpark, and to Sarah Ritz out in Brookhaven. She's 72 tonight. Her son, our good friend Jimmy Ritz, in town watching the ball game tonight. We want to say happy birthday to Sarah.
Speaking of guys that got hit by pitches, there's a guy that set the baseball record for getting hit by pitches 267 times. He eclipsed the American League record of 189 by Minnie Minoso and the National League record of 243 by Ron Hunt.
Human dartboards, those guys.
Like a pincushion. Well, like we said, he just doesn't get out of the way. He just said, okay, hit me. You're going to hit me. Hit me.
Reynoso was trying to get Hollins out inside, obviously. Baylor can identify with that as he looks on.
Watch Hollins just turn right into this ball. Okay, okay, hit me. Grunts a little bit and runs down to first base. Nothing bothers this kid.
I figured he could take one up there near the bicep area because he's got some guns. And here comes Darren Dalton with 2 on and 2 outs. Dalton second in the league and runs batted in with 87. He's been locked on that for a while. And second in walks. Ripped to center. Cole is going to make the play. Dalton hit it right on the nose, but right at the center fielder, Alex Cole. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and the Phils will leave 2. 1-0 Rockies.
The other day, these guys came to me and said, Kirby, how'd you like to be in a cross-training commercial for Nike? You wear the shoes, right? We could come film your workout. So I say to them, let me get this straight. You want to make a 3-hour commercial?
Looking for a great car at a great price? Well, your local Nissan dealers are having one of their biggest sales events of the year.
I was in the right place, and it must have been the right time.
For a limited time, you can lease a Nissan Maxima GXE for just $1,000 down and $299 a month. Lease a Sentra XE Limited Edition for just $500 down and $169 a month. Or buy an Altima starting at $13,000. Your local Nissan dealer. It's the right place at the right time.
I was in the right place, and it must have been the right time.
The The Phillies look to flatten Florida when they play the Marlins Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, September 20th through the 22nd, all at 7:35. Then they're out to plop the Braves. Friday the 24th at 7:35, Saturday the 25th at 7:05, and Sunday the 26th at 1:35 when all fans receive a free Phillies poster and more on Fan Appreciation Day. Call 463-1000.
Hey, if you like Italian food, you're going to love Cento. And, you know, Cento, every time the Phillies hit a home run this year, they donate $200 to the Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic. And the Phillies have hit 132 home runs already. So Cento's put all kinds of dough, that green dough, into the coffers of the Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic. What a year they're having, and what a year Cento is having.
Tommy Green heads to the second inning, and National League winning percentage leaders. There's Tommy Green. As Green has a 12-3 record coming into the game tonight. Lifetime Green is 32-17. He faces the catcher Joe Girardi, who has been a hot hitter lately for Colorado, hitting .417 in his last 8 games. He came back recently after missing 60 games, 60, with the exact same injury and operation that Dave Hollins had on his hand, the hamate bone.
Were you surprised that the Cubs let him get away?
Yes, but they had a lot of catchers, so I guess they figured they could do it.
I thought that he did a pretty good job for the Cubs.
And they're happy with Wilkins, I guess, this year. But yeah, sure, he's a good player. You're right.
Well, we got a lot of birthdays today. Leroy Hughes, happy birthday. He's 87. Kathleen Steinberg, she's 59. Harry and Pat Angelo, it's a happy anniversary to them. 35 years. That one snuck in there. I didn't see that one, but I got a few more coming.
Yeah, and happy birthday tonight to Carla Graziano. I love that name.
Tom Tressler, he's 71. Happy birthday.
And Girardi fouls it back. The count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. It'll be Girardi, Benavidez, and Reynoso. 7, 8, 9 hitters in the lineup. Wilkins has had a heck of a year. As we were talking about Wilkins, he has 23 homers now.
Yes.
But your point's well taken. I mean, Girardi is a very good player.
Then he calls a good game.
Fly ball right field, and Eisenreich is there. Drifts back a few steps, and there's one out.
Here's a happy 53rd anniversary to John and Helen Andruzzi, and a happy 40th wedding anniversary to Pat McNally of Lawndale. They'll celebrate on August 25th.
You're doing a great job with those.
Oh yeah, I've got about 600 or 700 more today.
These are all Prism watchers, by the way, I've been told.
Great. Speaking of Prism, well, we're on all this week, folks, so don't get away from that too. And if you're not watching us on Prism, you're at a neighbor's house, go to your phone tomorrow, call up Prism, because not only do we have great baseball games coming up for the rest of the year, but some great movies.
Freddie Benavidez off the end of the bat. Duncan throws him out. Benavidez hit the game-winning home run against the Phillies last week at Mile High Stadium in that Thursday afternoon game.
Good breaking ball here by Green. It's got a pretty good bite to it. You can see up, right down, and he hit it right off the end of the bat.
Here's the pitcher, Armando Reynoso. 5 for 51 on the year, 098 with a homer off Trevor Wilson of the Giants, and 1 run batted in.
Well, I just made Eisenreich and Incaviglia very mad at me just now because I just gave them the out to right and the ground out to Eisenreich. I forgot to turn my score sheet over.
There's a jammer, popped up foul. This will go to the crowd behind the Phillies dugout. And right back past Darren Dalton and into play.
So let me correct that for these 2 Phillies so that they don't get some at-bats there they never got a shot at.
Part of the crowd in attendance here tonight.
Yeah, I love those red hats.
Nice hat. Happy birthday to Butch Matthews and John Kurt Savage. Both 41 today.
George Crawford, happy birthday too.
Look at this. Armando Reynoso got one up in his eyes, and he knew what to do with it. Tommy Green made a real bad pitch to him, and he hammered it into center for a base hit. That is hit number 3 in the game for Reynoso.
It's a hanger, all right. Reynoso coming in tonight only 5 for 51. And you can see that one right up in the strike zone area, had hit me all over it, and that's exactly what Reynoso did for his 6th hit on the year.
To the top of the order, and Alex Cole, who single to right, scored the Rockies run in the first inning. Cole takes it up high, ball 1. Green has yet to strike out a batter, and Green is a strikeout pitcher. Or he has 1 strikeout and 1 walk. Normally when Tommy's throwing real well, he'll get quite a few strikeouts. So far it looks like he's kind of still feeling for it. He has not had good command. He misses again, and Dalton wants to talk to him.
I'm sure there was a lot of concern over the last couple of starts on how Tommy Green's groin injury would affect his pitching. So far there's been no problem with it, but looks like his control really hasn't been what it should be.
Alex Cole, signed originally by St. Louis, has played in the major leagues with Cleveland and Pittsburgh. There's a line drive to left center. Dykstra will cut it off and keep Reynoso at second base. So Tommy Green off to a shaky start tonight. Colorado, as I mentioned, they are a hot offensive team coming in here. They're swinging the bats pretty well.
Well, after Cole yanking one into the hole between first and second, Green goes away from him, and Cole goes the other way with a pitch. The only reason that Cole might not have had a double on that is because Reynoso slowed down, and when you got the pitcher running, they don't go very fast.
Roberto Mejia, the batter, he struck out his first time up, little second baseman. And the first pitch is over for strike 1. The Rockies now with 4 hits. We're in the second inning.
Happy birthday to T.J. Buto. He's 13 today.
Mejia hits a fly ball to shallow center field, and Lenny's right there. Dykstra puts it away, and Green escapes trouble here in the second inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. The Rockies lead 2 more, and they lead at 1-0.
Did you know Texaco puts System 3 in every grade of gasoline?
System 3 gets high marks in every grade, which is a lot better than I ever did.
My dad says Texaco puts System 3 in every grade. I'm in the 4th grade.
That's why I always fill up with System 3. What do I look like? Don't say it.
When it comes to performance in cars both new and old,
System 3, I can get great performance from Beacon Hill to Beverly Hills.
count on every grade of Texaco System 3.
Don't try it with any other gasoline.
I wouldn't.
Who asked you?
Yeah, how far away do you think I can get in 72 hours?
I wouldn't trust my car past the city limits.
For the way you travel today more than ever, the smart money is on budget. Ask for budget smart rates for great prices on cars that won't crap your style, all with unlimited mileage. The smart money is on budget.
It's the last business person special of the year. Wednesday, August 25th at 12:35. The Phillies play the Rockies, and all fans get a handsome poster featuring all the Phillies pitchers' compliments of Mel and PSFS. Call 463-1000 now.
Hey, whether it's for you or somebody really special, there's still time to get in on the roster for Phillies Dream Week. You've heard all about it. Now here's your chance to see for yourself what it's like to take the field with guys like Bowen, Cash, Lazinski, and Hebner, and Wheeler, and all those other great Phillies from the past history of great Philly lore. So the number out for all that information is 215-938-1200. That's 215-938-1200 for Phillies Dream Week. Space is limited. They've already sold out their first week. So call that number right now and get in on the second week. And boy, it is a lot of fun. I was there last year, and I'm going back. But you know what the fun part is, really, folks? The heck with the baseball. You get to spend the whole week down on the beach in February in Clearwater. You get out of the snow and the cold.
Well, it is a good time. There's no doubt about it.
You had a great time down there.
I like it down there. Happy birthday tonight to Joe Folo, who's 66, and to Steve Valerio, 33. Steve's the son of Tony Valerio. He's a longtime security guard and a visiting dugout.
Yep, Tony's been there for 30-odd years. We caught him sleeping the other day. Well, actually, he was really trying to catch flies.
Pete Incaviglia, the batter, with 8 homers and 19 runs batted in his last 13 starts. Incaviglia has just done a great job for the Phillies this year. There you see the overall numbers on Pete, as he's posted better numbers in homers and RBIs than he did all of last year with Houston. He fouls this one off into the crowd. Talked all through the year how Fregosi said he's not in a strict platoon situation with Thompson and Incaviglia, as Pete fouls that back, and he just has a feel on when he wants to play them, and that's what he does.
Well, another big reason too, I believe, is the fact that Incaviglia is kind of a streak hitter. When he gets in one of those tears, it really doesn't make any difference who's pitching, because when he's hot, he's going to hit him out of the ballpark against anybody, and that's what he's done all year long. And Fregosi has had a good gauge on that, and has got him in there in the right times, and he's responded by the numbers you see on the board.
Breaking ball, and he swings and misses. Plus, it seems like the Phillies never see left-handers anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know why? The Phillies left-hand batters hit him good. I can't tell you how many scouts I've had in the Phillies press box tell me they've never seen a club like the Phillies that their left-hand batters hit left-handers so well. Usually there's only maybe one on a club. But you've got Dykstra, and you've got Dalton, and you've got Kruk, and they all hit left-handed pitchers very good.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Incaviglia. Pete batting in the 6th hole tonight, followed by Eisenreich and then Kevin Stocker. 1-0 Colorado. We are in the 2nd inning. And Incaviglia tires of waiting, gets time from the home plate umpire Charlie Relaford. That's hit so hard he's going to have to bust for a double, and he can't get there. That ball was hit a rocket off the wall on one hop right back to Gerald Clark, and Incaviglia couldn't get there.
Well, you know, we talked about how when he gets in his hot streaks, it was a hanging breaking ball, or at least it was out over the plate. Look at this. Oh, did he hit it? And as Chris said, he hit that ball with such power that the ball one-hopped off the wall. And watch Hayes, he picks it up just like this, boom, and Incaviglia, who ran hard all the way to first, had no chance to get the second.
Yeah, the ball hit the glass too. If it hits the padding, it's going to drop straight down, and he would have been able to get there. But when it hit the glass, it came right back to Clark as hard as that was hit. Here's Eisenreich, and Jim takes it outside. Eisenreich 1 for 4 off Armando Reynoso, and batting .328 in his last 41 games, and he's hitting .343 here in this ballpark, as he has had a lot of success here at home. There's that quick move of Reynoso's over to first. He has very quick feet, does Reynoso.
Incaviglia was leaning just a tad bit the other way, and they almost got him.
Eisenreich to deep right field. Back goes Bichette. It is off the top of the wall and in play. A stand-up Dory slides into second. Eisenreich, and over to third goes Incaviglia as Eisenreich just missed a 2-run home run. That's his 13th double of the year.
Well, here's the pitch. It's a running fastball, but he didn't get it far enough out. The ball almost cut the center of the plate. And Eisenreich, who makes hitting so simple, see it, hit it hard. You can see how far the ball just missed by being a home run. And Incaviglia did a nice job in getting to third base. He really had to wait just a little bit to see if the right fielder, Bichette, had any kind of play at all.
Kevin Stocker, the batter. They're going to play the infield in with nobody out here in the 2nd inning. Stocker is on his 2nd 10-game hitting streak, and he hasn't been here that long. There you see the infield.
Well, the one thing I like about the way the kid hits, Chris, the fact that he's not afraid to choke up. And as you can see here, he's up about maybe 2 to 3 inches. Everybody used to think when you choked up on the bat that you were a wuss, okay? Well, I think Barry Bonds has changed all that now. And now players aren't afraid to choke up on the bat, because when you choke up, you can get better back control, and you can put more meat or the bottom end of the bat, the barrel, on the ball.
Stocker fouls it off. Kevin had a big series against Colorado last week, having 2 games in which he drove in 3 runs, one of them on a 3-run homer. Playing the infield in here with the 8-hitter up. They're taking their chances. They can get Stocker to ground out, prevent a run from scoring, and then get Green, and then maybe dodge a bullet here in the 2nd. Phillies had 2 men on in the first inning, and Dalton hit a rocket right at the center fielder for the final out. 0-1 pitch to Stocker, and it's outside 1-1.
I don't profess to be a manager, but in this situation, when your team is playing well and you're hitting the ball, as the Colorado Rockies have, why would you play the infield in here? I mean, you know that your team has been doing well. You've been scoring runs. Some managers like to play it in when you're down in the end of the lineup, no matter what. And I guess that's what Mailer would tell you. It's only the second inning. Yep. 1-1 to Stocker. Swing and a miss. It's like he's trying to lift it there, which is not his swing. Seeing the infield, and he's trying to hit a fly ball. Birthday wishes tonight to William Chuck Klein, who's 65, and Alessa Klein and Billy Klein. Whole family, huh? A lot of Kleins. Chuck Klein, what a famous name that is in this area. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Stocker. Got him. Got him to chase a bad ball. Foul tip held on to by Girardi, so that's a big out for Armando Reynoso. Reynoso's first strikeout, a good running fastball you can see there, and ran away from him. Stocker hesitated a little bit and then thought maybe he better swing because the pitch looked like it might be a strike. You don't want to be called out with 2 strikes, and he got a little bit behind. And Tommy Green, the batter, a 157 hitter with a homer, that coming off Colorado at Mile High, and 3 runs batted in. Happy 81st birthday to Jeanette LaMania from Clementon, New Jersey. So Tommy Green will try and get it tied up here. The Phillies are smoking the ball, but they don't have any runs. And Green fouls it off. Incaviglia not able to get to second on the ball that he hit to lead off the inning, and that cost him when Eisenreich doubled off the wall. And of course the infield remains in with the pitcher batting. Well, you know, you've heard that stupid phrase so many times, it's a game of inches. Well, in this particular inning, that's held very true. And you see the Rockies all the way up. On deck is Dykstra. 1-0 Colorado. We're in the second inning. A few inches lower, and Incaviglia has a double if the ball hits off the padding, and a few inches higher, Eisenreich has a home run. The Phillies lead 2-0. 2-1, right? 1 ball, 1 strike. Green fouls another one off, so the count is 1-2. Phillies do not suicide squeeze very often, particularly early in the game here in the second inning. They wouldn't want him to bunt into a double play and then waste a chance for Dykstra to bat, so they're letting Tommy Green swing away. Marjorie Nickerson would like to wish her husband Don a very happy anniversary, 24 years. That's Incaviglia at third base, and Eisenreich at second. Now there's 1 out. Check swing, and here comes Incaviglia trying to score, and he does. You believe that? They throw the ball home on a fielder's choice. Incaviglia scores, and Tommy Green safe at first as Mejia just totally messed up that play. And you talk about a mental mix-up. Joe Girardi standing out in front of the plate. Watch this. If he's blocking the plate or standing back there, he's got a chance, a half swing by Green. But the second baseman, Mejia, decided to go home with the ball. He had an easy out at first. Look at Girardi way out in front of the plate. If he's on the plate, Incaviglia's out. Well, he knew that there was no play. And it's Mejia, as you say, he just messes this up. And you can see right after that, he points to Mejia. You got to go to first and get the out. So that'll be a fielder's choice and a run batted in for Tommy Green. A tie ball game. Eisenreich moves to third for Dykstra. One of the problems the Rockies have had all year long has been mental mistakes and errors. That's hit the fairly deep left field. Eisenreich tags. Gerald Clark grabs it, and Eisenreich will score, and the Phillies lead it 2-1. Wow. On Dykstra's 42nd run batted into the year. Sometimes, a lot of times, mental mistakes never show up in the box scores. Well, they just had one. Ends up costing them a run. And the Phillies have taken the lead, and the Rockies, who lead the National League in errors with 133, have made a couple here in this inning.
Yeah, they made mental errors. They haven't been charged with any, but those mental errors are what really hurt them. And Duncan, the batter, with Green at first base and 2 outs, and they're not holding Tommy on. Duncan, a base hit to center field. Green will stop at second base. And the Phillies continue to wail away in this inning. That is hit number 3 in this inning and number 4 overall.
Well, really, Reynoso has pitched well enough, and he should be out of this inning, and the score should only be tied. Here, he hangs a breaking ball, and Duncan prolongs the inning. Another breaking ball up in the strike zone. A lot of people in the organization of the Rockies feel that Reynoso, in pitching 148 innings, has pitched really a lot more innings than he should have. His arm might be a little tired right now.
Having pitched in that Mexican League. Kruk takes it inside. I'd like to welcome to Superbox 432 tonight employees and guests of the O'Malley Moving and Storage Company. With President Kevin O'Malley here. Thank him and the guys for moving me a couple months ago. It was a real easy job, though.
A couple of toothbrushes and an old suitcase, huh?
They said it was cake. Armando Reynoso, what he does through 9 innings, a lot of hits, not bad strikeout.
No, very good strikeout.
To mention, he started the year pretty well. He started actually at AAA, and then they brought him up, and he was winning for them, but now starting to scuffle a little bit. Tries to turn a fastball over, and he misses 3-0. Kruk looks at Bowen. Probably will get a green light here.
Now, see, this is where some pitchers really get in trouble, and it really doesn't reflect, in my opinion, on their records, is the fact that Reynoso should be out of this inning. Some mental mistakes were already made by the infielders that have cost a run, put the Phillies ahead, but really Reynoso should be out of the inning. But what's happened now is a base hit here, and this kid could be in real trouble.
He's still in trouble. Ball 4, and Hollins will bat with him loaded. John Kruk draws his 94th walk of the year. And Larry Bernard, who has lost about 20 pounds this year walking to and from the mound. His pitching staff has a earned run average near 6. And we'll be at you again here tomorrow. As Jay said, a lot of games coming up on Prism, 5 in a row to be exact. And the Rockies will be here at 7:30. We'll have Larry Rosen's pregame for you at 7 o'clock. That'll be Danny Jackson against Willie Blair. There's the Bear, Larry Bernard.
He's been around a long, long time. But that Montreal organization for a number of years had fine pitchers over there.
So Dave Hollins gets a shot with the bases loaded. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. Phillies with 2 runs in the inning, and they lead it 2-1. We're only in the second. Way outside with a changeup or a breaking ball. He almost threw that away. Here are the runners. Tommy Green's at third. Duncan at second. And over at first base, John Kruk.
This is a situation right now where the Phillies have capitalized on teams like the Rockies all year long. When teams make mental mistakes, they make errors. Phillies get down with 2 outs. Somebody always comes through with a big hit, and the Phillies have big innings.
On the inside corner to Hollins for a strike. That's what he tried to do to him in the first inning, was pitch him inside. He wound up hitting him. Hollins with a couple of slams in his career.
Great thing about being up with the bases loaded, if you like that kind of pressure situations, you know the fact that the pitcher can't walk you. He doesn't want to walk you. He has to throw strikes, and he can't afford to nibble.
2 good pitches on the inside corner, and Hollins knew it on both of them. So the count's 1-2 on it.
Like Dave was looking for that fastball that runs away from him. Normally against left-hand batters, Reynoso will throw the fastball, either sinking or running away from a left-hand batter. This time he's throwing 2 pitches that have broke down and into Hollins.
And he's ahead in the count. His fastball sails inside, 2-2. Reynoso started the season at Colorado Springs, their AAA club. The Sky Sox, where he was 2-1 with a 3.22 ERA.
You mentioned how Hollins never hardly gets out of the way. Look at that. He didn't even move that right front elbow, and that ball probably missed that elbow by no more than 2 to 3 inches.
Ball 3. So Reynoso has run out the string. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And everybody will be off and running, and there's Dalton waiting to get a shot. And Don Baylor goes to his lineup card. Nobody up yet in the bullpen. He's seen a lot of that this year. Pitchers in trouble early. Made a good pitch on it.
She did.
Jammed him, fouled it off.
Came back in with either a cutter or maybe even a little tight slider. He does have a slider. Doesn't throw it much. But he kept the ball inside above the belt and right on the fist of Hollins. You can see that. And Hollins really popped that ball up right around the label.
That is a tough pitch as a hitter because you don't know if it's a cutter or a slider with that spin probably. Because it didn't move much, but just enough.
Just enough to move down maybe an inch or 2 on the bat, keep it from hitting it on the sweet spot.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Fouled off the mask of Joe Girardi. Those base runners are getting a workout, and Tommy Green really doesn't want one.
Well, surprisingly enough, Reynoso is really keeping the pitches inside to Hollins.
Yeah, he's trying to prevent him from extending.
Girardi checking out the mask, helmet, see if everything's on tight. When those catchers get hit with a foul ball off the mask, you don't realize it, but it's like just somebody whacking you upside the head. You might not feel it right away, but you get back in that dugout, you know you've been hit there.
Good pitch on the outside corner, and Hollins taps it to second, and Reynoso gets out of big trouble. Phillies do get 2 runs in the inning. They do it with 3 hits. There were no errors, and they leave them loaded. 2-1 Phils.
You can feel it deep inside. Dedication and a real sense of pride. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your Proud to be your bud. Do you want your car done right?
If you want your car done right, it has to be done by the right people.
We take care of our customers. We do the job right.
Quality all the way.
Experience counts. The customer comes first. Satisfaction guaranteed.
We're only as good as our people. That's why Jiffy Lube is America's favorite oil change.
We got experience at Jiffy Lube.
From 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to right here in Pennsylvania, people are searching for new choices in healthcare.
The costs are strangling me.
Which inspired Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield to create the new personal choice.
Seems like you always have to give something up.
A health plan that gives people the benefits of an HMO.
No one has the right to tell me what doctor I can see.
Without asking them to give up their freedom. Personal choice, the health plan that controls costs, not people.
It's a really good-looking baseball jacket, free for kids 14 and under. Compliments of Acme and Kraft when the Phillies play the Reds Sunday, August 29th at 1:35. They'll make a racket to get this jacket. Call 463-1000.
Business Person Special number 5, the final one of this season. You know how popular they are. Your last chance to catch the Phillies in the daytime during the middle of the week. So come on out on Wednesday at 12:35. These Rockies will be here, and Kurt Schilling will be on the mound for the Phils. And today is compliments of LNPS Efforts. They're awaiting your call downstairs at 463 1,000. Those overworked folks down in the ticket office, have they ever been on that phone a lot? And they love it.
I'm kind of anxious to hear all these business excuses specials coming, you know, that what you're going to tell the boss. In fact, to tell you what, folks, you write me the best one that you've heard, and the best one that I find, I'll pick it out and I'll announce it in the air, and we'll get 4 tickets to a Phillies game for somebody. The best excuse you've heard over the 5 business person specials we've had. Just send me a letter here to the Phillies.
The big cat, Andres Galarraga, leads it off. Ground rule double to center his first time up. Andres at .388 raised his batting average 2 points. Takes it high. Birthday wishes tonight, number 28, to Rich Mullen from Chris and Chad. We got a nice letter here from Christine Swist. So happy birthday to Rich. Says he is a great fan. Galarraga rips a foul right side out of play into the upper deck. Talked about Galarraga's stance. Don Baylor really has resurrected his career, bringing him over here. Baylor was a hitting instructor at St. Louis last year when Galarraga was there and struggled a lot. And he nails that one. Well, he looks like the old Andres.
He sure does. And you know, one thing that's really helped him, you saw that big brace on his back leg, Chris? Well, you know, he keeps his weight back better now. And you know that any good hitter will tell you that if you can keep your weight back to the last possible second, and then when you explode, then your weight transforms into your front foot and you drive, he said you're going to have better extension, you're going to have more power. And with that brace on there, he keeps his weight back. He has to.
And his average climbs to .390 on a 2-for-2 night. And here is Dante Bichette. Sacrifice fly run batted in. Bichette reaches out and slaps a high fastball into center field where Dykstra waits, puts it away, 1 out. Got him out on a bad pitch.
You don't see a good hitter make mistakes like this. Bichette swung at a pitch that was not a strike. And normally when a hitter that's having a good year does that, you can tell in the frustration as he drops the bat and lowers his head. He knew he swung at a pitch that wasn't a good pitch to hit.
Charlie Hayes, the batter, is drawing the 1 walk issued tonight by Tommy Green in the first inning. Phillies 2, Rockies 1 in the third, and Charlie takes a breaking ball low. Galarraga on at first base. Phillies not holding him on because he's no threat to run with that knee brace. And by the way, stay tuned. After this half inning, Larry Rosen will have a visit to the Superstar Gallery with Andres Galarraga. Hayes pulls off and pops it down the line. It's playable. Kruk, 2 outs.
Well, there's another dissatisfied customer, if you so to speak. Hayes, as Chris said, pulled off the ball looking for something inside. The pitch was away from him. He still swung at it. We'll show it to you one more time. You can see him open up, and you can see where the pitch was and where he hit the ball. Ball probably wasn't even a strike, or it was marginal to boot. And he still swung at it, and Charlie Hayes, a very upset customer.
For Gerald Clark, who hit a fly ball to right fielder Jim Eisenreich his first time up. And the pitch over for strike 1. Kruk way off Galarraga at first. They weren't sure whether Galarraga could come back and play when he was ready to swing the bat because they didn't know if he could play first. But they have him back in the lineup now.
You're hitting 400. They got to find somewhere for you.
Dykstra coming on, and Lenny makes the play, and that'll do it. Here in the third inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Time now for the as advertised Superstar Gallery as Larry Rosen visits that man right there, the Rockies, Andres Galarraga.
In Montreal, Andres Galarraga was the big cat. Soft hands, sweet swing. He looked like a surefire all-star who would find a home. Just after a trade to St. Louis, though, Galarraga began to struggle. His numbers and his smile were both missing. But St. Louis had a hitting coach named Don Baylor. who saw something, and when the two were reunited with the expansion Rockies, Galarraga began to flourish. He is not shy when giving credit where he thinks it is due.
We've been working together last year in St. Louis, and before the second half, they changed my stand, and they tried to focus with both sides of the ball, open the left foot a little bit more. You know, I get used to it, and after the second half, they start hitting really good, more comfortable.
Now Galarraga is an all-star as a Rocky and still has his eyes set on a batting title.
And there is Galarraga with that heavy brace on the right leg, and you can see he's just hobbling around out there. That's why the Phillies were not holding him on. He has a sprained right knee and missed a number of days on the disabled list, just coming back. He missed 24 games with that injury and a total of 41 this season with another one.
You know, you talk about all those games he missed, Chris. Think of the numbers that he might have put up had he played, you know, and obviously the Rockies would have won several more games, as we see the brace right there and how big and thick and strong it is to support that right knee.
Darren Dalton leads it off, and an off-speed pitch over for a strike. Darren hit a line drive to center fielder Alex Cole his first time up with 2 men on base for the final out of the first inning. There are the totals on Reynoso so far, the pitches. Dalton's last RBI was on the 10th of this month. I mentioned he's been locked on 87 for a long time. That was against Montreal. You see what he did last year. He'll try to do it again this year, lead the league in runs batted in, but he's been in a little drought. And it's outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Happy 50th anniversary to Bess and Chris Balzano. And anniversary wishes to Pauline and Jim Gilmartin, our good friends from Hamburg. They bring a lot of people down to the ballpark every year.
Speaking of Beth and Dave got a marriage license today in Hatfield, PA. Congratulations to them.
Well, we get some beauties in here. I want these notes. Darren Dalton draws a leadoff walk. That's number 98 on the year for Dalton, as the Phillies close in on those 3 players who will have 100 or more walks. Kruk has walked tonight. Dalton's walked. They're approaching 100 as they head for the bullpen. And Dykstra, of course, is well over the 100 mark. Incaviglia scorched a single on 1 hop off the wall and left and scored a run.
Boy, he crushed that one. And for a while there, it looked like that they weren't going to get any runs out of it.
Reynoso goes away from him. Strike call. No balls and 1 strike. On deck is Eisenreich.
Phillies welcome back Sharon Holmes to work, and also happy birthday to her. And I wish I could say happy 26th birthday to Philip here, partner. I just can't pronounce this name, so I'll spell it. J-U-S-Z-C-Z-U-K. So Philip, happy 26th.
You know who you are.
And you're expecting twin girls, huh? Well, congratulations to you, buddy, for that one.
Down low. 1 ball and 1 strike to Pete Incaviglia. 74 runs batted in on 78 hits for Incaviglia.
And if there's anybody in China that wants their birthday read, just send it on in, folks. A couple billion people over there.
Sounds like Whitey on Sundays.
Oh, you got to have a little fun in this game.
Well, a lot of people are watching the games. We appreciate it.
That's right. That's right.
1 ball and 1 strike to Pete Incaviglia. Big swing and a miss. He opened up a little bit on that one and missed it. Fanatic is way up in the upper deck, where Incaviglia hits him sometimes down the left field line. He's hoping Pete will nail one. Look at it.
He's trying to incite the crowd to
look where he is.
Go and look at that. Funny part about it, it's not out of the realm for him to hit one up there either.
Breaking ball misses. 2-2. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Phillies. A run on 5 hits and no errors for the Rockies as the Fanatic gets the crowd into the game in the upper deck. Waited well on that and then fouled it back.
Yes, he did, because Reynoso really pulled the string on that breaking ball. He threw it almost like a change curve. Incavilla looking for something off speed, still a little bit out front.
Well, this guy Reynoso, as you look at Pete's numbers against him, is the master of changing speeds. And there's that quick move over there, and he almost got Dalton.
Well, that is quick.
See why he's picked off 6 runners.
And Dalton, as you can see, does not have a very big lead. He is still on the dirt part and maybe a foot or so on the dirt part, and he almost got picked off.
Low ball 3. They're playing Incavilla as a dead pull hitter, and now Dalton and Incavilla take a look at Larry Bowa to see whether Dalton will be running on the pitch. Incavilla is swinging the bat a lot better. He hasn't been striking out as much, so maybe they'll let him go. That's a load for somebody.
That beautiful form-fitting tight green outfit that Dave Raymond wears.
We'll watch Dalton and see if he breaks here. 3-2 to Incavilla. Dalton goes. Struck him out. Throw to second. Stolen base. Darren Dalton. Incavilla chased ball 4, but Darren Dalton steals a base. His 5th of the year in 5 attempts.
And Dalton stole a base on Incavilla's swing. Dalton made sure that Reynoso threw the ball home. He did not get a good jump, but because Incavilla has such a big, large swing, the catcher, Girardi, really, you can see right there, the catcher, Girardi, has to wait until Incavilla catches that before he can even attempt to throw, and you can see where his throw went, wide and to the second base side.
Now you see that 100 percentage for Darren Dalton. And Eisenreich, the batter. Jim doubled off the walls last time up in right center. And he takes a strike call. Send belated anniversary wishes along. 47 years to Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Monahan of Burlington, New Jersey. We just got the letter today, and their anniversary was on Saturday. They mailed the letter on the 18th. It would have been tough to get that one.
Yeah, since you're on the road.
Yeah. So happy anniversary belated to Mr. and Mrs. Monahan. Eisenreich gets jammed and pops it up playable to Benavides. The shortstop ready there. 2 outs.
There we see Dalton at second base. Good pitch by Reynoso. It kept it tight on Eisenreich. As you can see, that pitch just a little bit above the belt, riding in on Eisenreich. Eisenreich couldn't extend, get the bat head out, popped it up.
They're going to walk Stocker, even though Kevin struck out with runners at second and third his last time up. They're going to walk the 8-hole hitter here in the 3rd inning of a 2-1 game. There's always different philosophies on whether to do this or not, and Don Baylor is going to walk him.
Happy 47th wedding anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Martin Resnick, and it's also Mr. Resnick's birthday, so happy anniversary and birthday.
And there is the Rockies manager who saw Kevin Stocker knocking 6 runs in 2 games last week. Besides, he's not going to give him a shot here. He'll take his chances with Tommy Green with 2 outs. Walk number 3 issued by Reynoso. And here is Green, who had the check swing fielder's choice run batted in his last time up, his 4th of the year.
What a time it would be for Green to lay down a bunt towards the third base line.
He's got Charlie Hayes back pretty far.
Yes, he does.
Like in left field.
And Green has pretty good speed. He gets that bunt down the third base line. There's a heck of a chance that he wouldn't have much trouble beating it out.
Green really dives into pitches, and he almost got hit there.
Oh, I can see what Reynoso wants to do. He wants to push Green off the plate a little bit right here, as you can see there, so he can go back away with the breaking ball. Green has a little trouble, as most pitchers do, with a little bit of a spin on the ball, especially when it's going away from him. And let's see if Reynoso comes back with a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate.
He does. Benavides will only have one play to second, and they get Stocker. Nice play by Freddie Benavides, and Mejia got spiked a little bit. Phillies are out here in the third inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. They need 2 more. They've left 7 through 3. As you see Benavides make the play, and it's 2-1.
It's a round world, genuine and true. It keeps on spinning, and you always come through. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your. Proud to be your bud.
You've seen these. Glasses that lighten and darken automatically. So had Infinity. That's why the rear view mirror in the new Q45 uses electrochromic technology to lighten and darken automatically for glare during night driving. So you don't have to think about it. Visit your Infinity showroom, and when you're ready to buy a luxury car, you won't have to think about that either.
Lease one of the world's most advanced automobiles, now at a very special rate for a limited time.
The Phillies will be loaded for bear when they play Sandberg and the Cubs Monday, September 6th at 7:05. And Tuesday through Thursday, September 7th, 8th, and 9th, all at 7:35. Then they'll try to send the Astros into space Friday, September 10th at 7:35. Saturday the 11th at 7:05. And Sunday the 12th at 1:35 when kids 14 and under get a free backpack. Call 463-1000.
And back here at Veterans Stadium, Gary Maddox joins us. You and Don Baylor go back a long way. How's he handling this first year with the expansion team?
I did speak with Don in spring training. He was down in Phoenix, and he said he was enthusiastic about it and looking forward to the season. I spoke with him again tonight, and he's still enthusiastic about it. He feels that his players, recognizing that, hey, on any other team, they might not even get a chance to play. They would be on the bench. They're getting a chance, and he feels they're giving him 100%, and that's all he can ask for. If you gave him a choice of something that he could use at this point, he would say it's patience, which happens a lot with young players and guys that are trying to make their way in the big leagues. But good man to have running a ball club like this, Don Baylor. And you talk to his coaches, Don Zimmer, the veteran, is down there. There's a shot of Don right there. And he's saying Baylor is great to work for. And Don's the first one to tell you that he can learn and the benefit of being having someone like Zimmer around.
Patience and pitching probably would help too.
The guys that they have now starting are, none of them were on the starting rotation opening day.
Right.
So it just gives you an idea of what they must be going through.
When you saw Don Zimmer there, Gary just talking about the veteran Zimmer. Joe Girardi leads it off. There's Zim.
He's got Amos Otis is the batting instructor, a great hitter. People from Philadelphia probably remember the killer series he had against us in the World Series there. Jerry Royster, a good player that's enjoying himself. There's Amos Otis on the right.
With Dante Bichette talking it over.
And Amos said he was hoping that this team could go out and hit 260. He said they've been at 270, 275 all year, so their hitting expectations have been surpassed, and that's a good sign. But like you said, Chris, got to have pitching to win in this game.
Yeah, they have a 5.68 team ERA. Actually, that's down. Girardi fly ball to right field, shallow. Eisenreich coming on, and he will retire Girardi for the second time tonight. 1 up and 1 down here in the 4th inning. Funny game. Phillies leading 2-1, but they've left 7 base runners on through the first 3. And the Rockies probably figure they should have more, too. They've left 5 on through the first straight.
Well, if you look at the 2 runs the Phillies had and you talk to the Rockies, well, they don't feel they should have gave up any runs in that particular inning there. But a couple of mistakes. The funny thing about that second inning was they made a couple of great defensive plays, holding Incaviglia to first. And then the ball that Eisenreich hit off the wall there, managed to hold everybody to second and third, and then just like it was a mental lapse by the second baseman or the catcher Girardi, who came out in front of the plate on the throw home, and they get no one.
The Phillies wind up with 2 runs in the inning. Benavides went 7 for 10 in a 3-game sweep of the Mets over the weekend. He beat the Phillies with a home run in the 8th inning last week at Mile High Stadium. Former member of the Cincinnati Reds organization. Has a 4-game hitting streak, and he has game-winning hits in 3 of them.
If you talk to the Rockies, and they'll tell you that, man, how can you not love playing in a city that's going to draw 4 million people?
And if you're a hitter, how can you not like playing in that place? And they'll be there 1 more year, that place being Mile High Stadium, as Tommy Green has hit the 50-pitch mark. What a hitter's park. Phillies scored 79 runs against the Rockies this year. So far, 61 in Colorado. That was coming into the game tonight. As Tommy Green gets his 2nd strikeout of the game, 2 outs.
Set up nicely. When you can throw this pitch here and the guy takes it, you know he's looking breaking ball. Good setup job by Darren Dalton and Tommy Green to execute it.
The pitcher Armando Reynoso hit a hanging slider into center field his first time up for a base hit, his 6th hit of the year. 2 outs and nobody on base. I'd like to thank Paul Bogle from Cape May, Wildwood, North Wildwood, Stone Harbor, from the Fudge Kitchen for sending up some treats here, and we'll let the crew work on this. Aldo will want this, I know that. Second thought, we might not give it away. Reynoso hits that pretty hard. And Hollins fires to first. Truck to one knee, surrounds it. And an exciting play to end the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Phil still lead it by 1.
Introducing a Honda rarity. Well, it's more of an unusual occurrence. Actually, it's never happened like this before. Definitely out of the ordinary. As a matter of fact, we've never uttered these words before. And though it's our first, at these prices, they're not gonna last.
Yeah, you're right, Judd. There's no beach traffic.
Easy. I went out. There's a Coke machine.
Man, I'm so hot.
You certainly are.
Hot as in sweaty.
Okay, so crank on the AC.
Air conditioning is for the weak, like yourself.
I'm sticking to the seat like yourself.
That dog is moving faster than we are.
All you guys ever do is complain.
Your shoes are pretty.
Could someone please fan me?
No.
Coca-Cola, anyone?
Yay!
Thank you, Alan, for serving a purpose in my life for the first time.
You're very welcome.
I work Saturdays and Sundays. It's not a job. It's a dedication. I don't think you can teach someone to tune. You just got to practice until it's natural, just like breathing. There seems something mystic about it. So much beauty comes out of music.
Mellon PSFS, you're why we do our very best.
Cincinnati Reds are coming to town this weekend, and on Sunday it'll be Jacket Day, a great-looking warm-up jacket for all fans 14 and under. A blue pullover with a Phillies logo on the front and the back, compliments of our good friends at Acme and Craft. So make sure you make your plans early. Call them down there at that ticket office at 463-1000, or you can stop by one of the many local Ticketmaster locations. With the intentional walk last inning to Stocker, that got Tommy Green out of the way. And to the top of the order now, Lenny Dykstra, Mariano Duncan, and John Kruk. Lenny Dykstra tied for the league lead. Games played. He does not want to sit down.
Chris, I was talking to Amos Otis. He's the batting instructor for Colorado. And we're talking about Barry Bonds as that comparison. You know, whenever you talk baseball and hitting, Barry Bonds' name seemed to come up. He said he thought that if Lenny Dykstra wanted to go for home runs, he could be right up there with Barry Bonds.
Wow.
I'll tell you this. He said when they were going over Lenny in the meeting today, he said, you can't get him out if you get behind in the count. You know, that's what he said. They said, well, how do you get Dykstra out? If you get behind, forget it.
Yeah, exactly, because when you say get him out, you also mean he'll walk.
Right. Well, you know, if you get behind in the count to him and you have to come in, he's going to hurt you. He's going to get a hit. He's going to get his hits if you're ahead in the count. If you get behind him, he really becomes a dangerous player.
And the count is even at 1-1 to Lenny. 2-1. Well, the thing about him is, and Amos Otis has a really good point. You know, if he wanted to hit 260 or 265 and open up and pull the ball and hit home runs, he could hit 30 home runs. Heck, he has 15 playing the way he is this year. He got him on an off-speed pitch there, 2-1, a kind of a tentative swing, 2-2 to Dykstra.
Well, he was fooled on that pitch. This is what I mean. 2-1. He's looking fastball there, but it's an off-speed pitch. Give the pitcher credit in that situation, but not many times can a pitcher come in there with something like that when he's behind in the count.
Lenny hit a home run off Reynoso last week at Colorado. Ground ball on 2 hops to Mejia at second base. Throws him out. Dykstra now 0 for 2 with an RBI. 2 ground balls to second. 1 out here in the 4th. Armando Reynoso will throw a lot of pitches, and we are in the 4th inning with 1 out, and he's already thrown 75.
Well, I don't care who you are. If you pitch against the Phillies, you're going to throw more than your normal amount, because they're going to take a lot of pitches and they're going to make you throw strikes, and they're going to get their hits.
Duncan 1 for 2. Mariano is one of the few guys on this club that doesn't take a lot of pitches. He is a hacker, and he admits it.
Well, if you're going to hit second in this lineup, that's a good place to hit if you're not someone that takes strikes, because they're going to try and get you out. They're going to try and get ahead of you in the count, so take advantage of it.
Good breaking ball over. He has walked 10 times this year. Balls, 1 strike on Duncan, and Kruk on deck. He's no threat for that 100 mark. And walks. Off the end of the bat and over the first base dugout into the crowd.
If you're going to be a player that is productive and not get your walks, you really got you got to get a lot of base hits in order to get that on base percentage up there, because that's what counts. How many times are you on base so that you can come around and score a run? That counts a lot. And if you look at Lenny Dykstra and then say, wow, the guy on top of getting all those hits walks 100 times, you know, it's easy to see why he's going to score so many runs.
113 of them so far. Reynoso wanted that, just missed. 3 and 2 to Duncan. Armando has walked 3, 1 intentionally, and struck out 2 thus far. He walked him. All that talking about walks, and he got one, number 11. Threw him a 3-2 breaking ball.
His walks are almost as rare as Ozzie Smith's strikeout, right?
Yeah.
We saw Ozzie strike out twice in a game.
One of those was a little questionable in a big spot in that Phillies sweep of the Cardinals. Kruk the batter. John on a perfect night thus far. He has singled to center and walked. Boom, quick move over there, and you saw that come from Girardi, the catcher, as he flipped his thumb out and got Reynoso to move over, and he almost got Duncan.
He gets back in there. It's close. What Reynoso does is freezes you. Not like a Mulholland who really catches you going the other way. He waits for you to make that move towards second base, and then he tries to get you to change your momentum going back. Duncan was just out there still.
Listen to some of the guys he's nailed this year. Pretty quick guys. Bip Roberts, Brett Butler, Greg Jeffries, Deion Sanders, among his 6 pickoffs.
What they all have in common besides that speed is aggressiveness on the base path. And that's what if you're going to pick somebody off, you got to get someone that's being aggressive. If you look where Duncan is right now, okay, now he's moved out there.
Pretty good lead.
Not a threatening lead.
Reynoso a long look in at Girardi, and now he's ready to go. Kruk takes it 0-2. Dave Holland's the on-deck batter. Mariano Duncan has stolen 6 bases in 10 attempts.
They look like the same lead that he has, but it's a little bit more.
Looks like he's got the foot on the cutout now, the front foot.
He got out there early. I mean, you can tell that when Reynoso flinches, Duncan is ready to get back.
How about Joe Morgan when he used to have both feet on the cutout, on the turf?
Watch, he gives you all kinds of stuff with his head. Then he just steps off and tries to fire over there quickly. He does some type of motion to make you think he's going home. And if you bite, he's got you. Now, see, that's when he's throwing over there. Now, when he's trying to go home, he'll give you another move that'll make you freeze so that he can get the ball off the home plate.
He's got Kruk annoyed up there right now, too. Kruk is not one to want to stand around, and he's taken 2 pitches. He's in the hole 0-2, and he's a little anxious.
Well, you look at his fielders as well. They're taking their cap off, wiping sweat off their head. You know, has an effect on everybody.
What do you see the guy here on Wednesday?
I'm off Wednesday.
Mo Sanford. No, you're not off.
Oh. Sorry.
Mo Sanford pitched against the Phillies last week, and I never saw a guy move over to first as many times as he did in that first inning. I'm sure they're going to get him out of that eventually.
He had pretty good stuff, though, didn't he?
Real hard. But he was all over the place. And he has a terrific arm. Kruk fouls it away. Are you aware of the fact now that you're not off on Wednesday?
I know. I'm off Thursday.
Okay. I'll give you that one. Just so Gary knows his schedule and you know yours. Also, Prism watchers, tomorrow at 7:30, Wednesday. That's right, a business person special, and then the Cincinnati Reds here. What a year they've had.
Hey, Chris, when you guys are on the road, all I have to do is memorize my Prism schedule. I can't wait to get on.
We can't wait to see you. Harry and Whitey and I talk about that all the time.
I know.
Andy misses you too. Down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kruk, who has had a very, very long at bat with all the moves over to first, and now a 2-2 count.
That's throw number 10.
Kevin Stocker had a 6-minute plus at bat the other night in Houston when he had that terrific at bat to knock in a couple runs.
And Yoso is so into Duncan that he made that pickoff attempt when Kruk wasn't even in the box.
This is not Kruk's kind of at bat. Off the end of the glove, Mejia quickly fields it and throws out Kruk. That'll go 1-4-3, and Duncan moves into second with 2 outs.
It's a changeup. Kruk is fooled. He's out in front. You can see him let go of the bat. Yoso thinks he has a shot. It could have prevented a double play possibility. Mejia makes a good play to recover and go over and get that ball.
Well, Hollins will bat. He has been hit by a pitch and then grounded out with the bases loaded in the 2nd inning. after Reynoso kept pitching him in, and then finally went away from him to get him out. Still just a 2-1 game here in the fourth. Fouls it off.
That was good movement on that pitch away. At least we have Duncan down to second base now.
See Dave Hollins putting up some terrific numbers despite missing those 18 games. There's Duncan at second base. Hollins trying to get him home. Dave has 75 RBIs. Strike on Hollins. Darren Dalton due to bat next.
And this is the ace of the staff right here for Colorado. I mean, they count on him. Everything's built around this guy.
And he's lost 5 out of his last 6 decisions trying to right his ship after a good start. 1-1 on Hollins. Comes inside again. He fouls it back. He's really tied up Hollins tonight.
I think at game time, I mean, his ERA was lower than Tommy Green's, I think, and he pitches in a place where the ball jumps out of it.
You are right again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I like guys that do their homework. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Hollins. Strike 3 called. Hollins thought it was high, maybe inside. He's out on strikes, and the Phillies are gone in the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and they'll leave 1. Still 2-1.
Rather than the 4-cylinder engine in a Toyota Celica GTS, you get a V6 and 29 more horses when you buy a hot Dodge Stealth. The difference? Let us demonstrate. And at $546 less than the Celica, a Dodge Stealth will never slow you down when you think about its price. See your nearest Dodge dealer today.
Your world, genuine and true, working together in all that you do, and you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud, Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your. Proud to be your bud.
If you want your car done right, bring it to a place that puts its money where its mouth is. Bring it to Jiffy Lube, where millions of cars every year are covered by our pledge of satisfaction.
Everybody says they'll do the job right, but at Jiffy Lube, we guarantee it. One more reason Jiffy Lube is America's favorite oil change.
We got experience at Jiffy Lube.
The pitch that ended the inning, Gary, Dave Hollins thought it was a little high.
Yeah, in fact, Dave's exact words were, "You got to be kidding me," when he called that a strike. Ball's up a little bit. Dave went down a little bit.
Got to be kidding me. Huh?
That's what he said. You have to be kidding me. That ball's up.
Alex Cole, the batter, and he takes strike 1. Shows bunt. Cole 2 for 2 tonight. Led off the game with a base hit. Scored the Rockies run.
That's one thing you have to work on as a hitter. What is your conversation with the umpires? After you say you made a mistake, you got to have something to back that up when he comes back at you. A lot of guys get tongue-tied. And, they don't know what to say to the umpire.
Just don't say too much. Hollins way up at third. In case Cole tries it again. Ooh. Brock fields it, but it's a foul ball.
That's why they don't like you to throw those off-speed pitches to left-handers. Even fooled, they can hurt you.
And plus, you're playing him up
exactly.
The middle. That's how we hurt him in the first inning.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, they're playing him up the middle, and he hit a little ground ball the first inning on a breaking ball, and he just squirted it through the hole.
Chris, I tell you, man, you never cease to amaze me with your knowledge of this game. For someone that did not play.
It's just osmosis. You know, you're around it long enough.
Yeah, I guess it will just kind of sift on up to you.
There you see Alex Cole with his stolen bases. I mentioned he's been in 3 organizations prior to this one. And Green has not had very good command of his breaking ball tonight. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Cole as another one bounces up there. Tommy has 12 wild pitches on the year.
You know what the Phillies would like for Tommy Green? I mean, obviously, to pitch against a team like Colorado with a lot of right-handers in there is one of the #1 thing they would like, but a laugher. You know, a game where they score a lot of runs, and he can go out there and say, hey, I can work on something and afford to make, you know, a couple of mistakes.
And Cole giving him a good at-bat here. The count remains full at 3-2. Swung at a bad ball and lined out. He had ball 4 there, but he chased it, hit a humpback liner to Kevin Stocker, 1 out in the 5th.
Yeah, that ball was up a little bit, but maybe he saw what happened to Dave Hollins. He's not going to let it pass.
Yeah, that one was up. And now here come all the right-handed hitters that Gary mentioned. The only left-handed hitter in the lineup is Cole. The batter is Roberto Mejia, the second baseman. He has struck out fly to center, 0 for 2, batting at .227, just 21 years of age. That is a good fastball. That might be the best fastball he's thrown tonight.
It's a good location, hit Darren Dalton's target. I don't know if it was a strike or not, but he put it right where Darren was asking for it.
And he zipped it. No balls and 2 strikes to Mejia. Breaking ball. He goes. Yes, he did. He swung at it. Mejia doesn't believe it. Now Dalton will tag him as Dana DeMuth says he swung at first base, and it sure did look like he swung at it.
No question he swung. You know, this is where you try to do your acting job. You know you went, and you say, oh, no, look at the ball. See, if I had gone, wouldn't I be running by now? That's how you try and fool the umpires.
Can't fool him on that one. You go that far. Heck, the third base umpire could have called that one.
Well, the home plate umpire probably saw it, but was going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Galarraga finally takes a bad swing at a breaking ball. He has hit 2 balls right on the nose. A double to center, ground rule double, and a hard base hit to center field.
Got his average back up to 390
at that stance.
You know, still, if you're talking about a person's future, we saw earlier in the game how he's limping around the bases and stuff. You have to wonder, you know, what's going to happen on a close play where he decides that he needs to slide or something.
How strong he is. I mean, he hit him right on the thumbs, and he has his 3rd straight hit of the game, and he hobbles into first base.
See, the time you get hurt in any sport, I think, is when you're trying to prevent from hurting yourself. This ball gets way in on him. He just inside outs it. And he's an inside out hitter, though, but that ball was extremely in close. He did a good job of fighting that off.
392 for Galarraga, as they will play off him again probably, as they did last time, knowing he's not going to go anywhere. Dante Bichette, a sacrifice fly and a run batted in. And he also flied to center. Beats it foul, third base side. Fandemonium, as that fan's in a little bit of that right now. A weirdly wonderful way to enjoy the Phillies and the Inquirer. Look at tomorrow's Inquirer for all the details to enjoy these wonderful ball games, plus all the Inquirer's special updated sports reporting on the Phillies. That's Fandemonium in the Philadelphia Inquirer. And back to home plate, and Dante Bichette leading the league in doubles with 37, 18 homers, 75 runs batted in. He was at Milwaukee last year. And one-time California Angel. Breaking ball hit on the end of the bat to Duncan. He'll go to first, retires Bichette. And the Rockies Rockies are gone to the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. They'll leave 1. Phillies still lead it 2-1.
Now the Pennsylvania Lottery has 2 drawings every week for the Cash 5 lump sum jackpot. So every week,
I want to go this way.
2 people can hit Cash 5. All the cash, all at once. When you win the Pennsylvania Lottery's Cash 5, you'll get all the cash all at once in 1 lump sum. It's a lot, but you can handle it. Cash 5. All the cash, all at once.
My store is my life. I've given it everything. To me, there's nothing else like it.
At Nationwide Insurance, we believe that every business is different. Each one has its own needs. You have to...
They've helped me with my home and car insurance, so I knew we could develop a plan to protect my business.
And the last thing Bob needs to worry about is insurance. That's my job.
Nationwide is on your side.
Did you know Texaco puts System 3 in every grade of gasoline?
System 3 gets high marks in every grade, which is a lot better than I ever did.
My dad says Texaco puts System 3 in every grade. I'm in the 4th grade.
Of course. That's why I always fill up with System 3. What do I look like? Don't say it.
Visit your Texaco station.
I can get the tires rotated, the car lubed, and still get home in time for the game.
Mow the lawn.
For unbeatable System 3 gasolines and so much more.
Mow the lawn.
Mow the lawn.
It continues tomorrow night with the Rockies here at 7:30, and then on Wednesday that business person special beginning at 12:35. A day off Thursday, then the Cincinnati Reds come into town, and they are a sad story this year. Come on out and see them on this weekend series. The last time the Reds will be here. Jacket Day is on Sunday, August 29th. There is Sean Bradley, the 1 pick of the 76ers.
What's he doing, sitting in a hole?
Tough to make him look like that, isn't it? How many times are you going to just see his head? Unless you're in an airplane. He's over there in the Phillies family box.
There's Dickie Knowles over there. You see him in that
There's
kind
Dickie
of
Knowles, right. There he is.
Right there. No.
Old pie face himself does a great job, by the way, with the Phillies community relations department, going out and speaking to kids. Dickie is really good.
And he has a guest with him tonight.
There is Dickie Knowles. If the organization would like to have Dickie Knowles speak to the group, just call the Phillies Community Relations Department. Dickie might have a little trouble with the game the way it is right now, pitching inside.
Think somebody be out there after him?
All the time. Or he'd invite him.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be backing down.
2-1 on Dutch Dalton. Ground ball foul first base side. Darren is lined to center and walked, stolen a base.
Now, when guys like Don Drysdale and Bob Gibson used to come inside and intentionally hit people, no one seemed to rush him. Do you think they'd be after him today?
Sure.
No.
They wouldn't be doing it. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't play the game the same way, I
think you know who you can go out there after. No, not to.
Heck, the guy runs after Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, he thinks he's old.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
Guy Ventura that went out after Nolan Ryan ran up to him and put his head under Nolan's arm and said, "Hit me."
He teed himself up.
Yeah, he did. He stuck his head under it. He put his own self in a headlock. I thought that was funny.
Darlington with a hard ground ball. Galarraga will need help from Reynoso. And there's 1 out here in the 5th inning. Reynoso started to settle down. The Phillies had him in trouble in the first 3 innings. Nothing really in the 4th, and now 1 out here in the 5th.
Galarraga, when healthy, is an excellent fielding first baseman. He still fielded that ball quite nicely. Limps up and gives a nice toss to Reynoso.
And that'll bring up Pete Incaviglia. Inky hit the wall on 1 hop in the 2nd inning and was held to a long single, scored a run, and then struck out his last time up. Thanks to Sugar from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, for sending up, what are these called? Pugs from Hershey's?
Yeah,
A lot of sweets in this booth tonight.
I'm glad to see you starting to get us some things, Chris. They used to get everything over in the radio booth. Now we're getting our own supply.
Then goes to Whitey. And you know in that radio booth there's food in it. Always.
If we have 2 boxes of candy, I mean, I'd hate to see what they have over there.
Overflow. 1 ball, 1 strike now, and in Cavilla with Eisenreich on deck. 100 pitches now for Armando Reynoso as we are in the 5th inning, but this is the way this guy pitches. You know, you throw the ratio away with him because he's going to be out there nibbling, throwing a lot of balls.
That number 100 was a dandy. Nice breaking ball, hit the outside corner, and it was down. That's how you have to pitch in Cavilla. You got to brush him back every now and then, but if you want to get him out, you have to throw him that breaking ball away.
And now Reynoso and Girardi have trouble getting together on a pitch. Cardinals play at San Diego later tonight. Big series too in San Francisco with the Giants and the Braves. Oh, watch that one.
He really has Incaviglia set up for a fastball, but I don't think he'll challenge him with it.
2-2. Girardi sets up away. Breaking ball. He got a little more of the plate with that one than he wanted. Both of them fouls it off.
It was a slider, sort of a flatter pitch. A little harder thrown, but not as much break.
And that's what people around the area are right now thinking. Long way to go still.
Well, I tell you, I'm thinking division.
Yeah. First.
Now they're going to try and get cute with the fastball. Boom.
He got him out with a high fastball last time on a 3-2 pitch with Dalton running. This time he checks, and now it's 3-2.
Good idea. Just tried to make it too good a pitch. Now it's 3-2. He has to come breaking ball here.
He does, and then Cavilla fouls it off into the press box, off to our right.
There's no way a guy would. I think he would almost rather walk Incaviglia than try and throw him a fastball 3-2 or in a fastball situation. Tremendous power. He could hurt somebody.
And luckily nobody hurt in the press box. Here we go again. Full count pitch. And he walked him on a slider. Pete Incaviglia, very good at bat. That's walk number 5 issued by Reynoso. And Eisenreich will bat. Jim double to right center. His first time up, scored a run, popped to short.
So I think he spent too much time on Incaviglia trying to set him up, wasted too many pitches. You know what his weakness is. You can go ahead and try and get that and try and exaggerate that. You know, he tries to brush him back with the fastball, then go that way. Well, you get behind in the count, you don't have anything to work with. You really should go ahead and try and attack him with those breaking balls. I don't know what you do with this guy.
He really waits well. Charlie Hayes is way up at third. Eisenreich will occasionally bunt. Rockies have their infield at double play depth. There's 1 out here in the 5th inning. Phillies lead it 2-1. Rockies have out hit them 6-4. Look out. And that little head fake that Reynoso just made had Incaviglia heading back to first as the ball was being delivered to the plate.
But you don't want to come down and in to left-handers. You don't want to throw them breaking balls because all they have to do is drop the head of the bat through the strike zone and they'll hit a seed somewhere. And Reynoso, you know, if a guy is throwing a breaking ball to left-handers, that means they're trying to trick them. They don't think they're looking for it.
And he goes away from Eisenreich, 2-1.
I think you can spend, at some point, you have to challenge the hitter to get ahead in the count. You have to challenge him. You don't try and fool him right from the beginning. You challenge him early, try and establish a strike, and then you go ahead and try and work on him. You don't try and fool him on every pitch. You got to challenge somebody.
See, Eisenreich does not strike out very much.
I guess if you pitch in Colorado, you might be afraid to challenge somebody.
Keep pitching them away, those right-handed hitters. And now it's 3-1 as he throws a rare fastball. When he throws his fastball, it's almost always up to try and make a hitter chase it. Well, when you're hitting off Reynoso and you're ahead in the count, you don't know what to look for.
I think you better look fastball here.
See if they throw him one.
They should throw it right down the middle.
Right up through the middle on a fastball. Incaviglia with an aggressive turn at second. He'll stay there as Cole gets it back in, and Jim Eisenreich has his second hit of the game.
3-1. He had to throw him a fastball, and you have to make him pay when he gets himself behind in the count. And that's what Eisenreich does. He doesn't try and hit the ball out of the ballpark. Tries to hit it hard somewhere, and it's back up the middle. You have to make them pay if they're going to try and pitch around you and try all these trick pitches. Because when it doesn't pay off and they have to come in, hit it hard somewhere.
Now they're going to get the bullpen up. It looks like Bruce Ruffin, the left-hander, as Kevin Stocker prepares to bat. There is Ruffin. They have 3 left-handers and 3 right-handers in the bullpen. Ruffin playing with a fractured toe. Suffered in the game last week at Colorado. Kruk hit him with a shot. Stocker has struck out and been intentionally walked. That was Darren Dalton who hit. Ruffin last week.
I think pitchers have a tendency to want to strike guys out as opposed to saying, hey, Kevin Stocker, let's run the ball away from him. Let him hit the ball in left field. Just let him hit it. You don't have to strike everyone out. Just let him hit it that way. And you play him that way.
And this guy is a strikeout pitcher anyway.
I mean, but there's no sense in trying to fool him with a breaking ball, to try and, you know, trick him into striking out or something like that. Run the ball away from him, let him hit the ball in left field.
Joe Clark playing probably a little too deep in left. Runner at second base is Incaviglia. At first is Eisenreich. Stocker fouls it back. There is Clark, the left fielder.
There has to be someone in the lineup that you're going to go after, too. When you look over the lineup of the Phillies and you say, like, who can we go after if we have to?
And a lot of times it's the 8-hitter. Well, this has been a pretty good 8-hitter lately.
This has been an excellent 8-hitter. I mean, I think how many games on the road did he have? 3 RBIs? 3 games?
Yep. And he pulled him there and struck him out. And Stocker has not looked good tonight against Reynoso. He struggled with him. And Reynoso gets his 3rd strikeout, 2 of them on Kevin Stocker.
Watch the pitch away from him. A sinker away. A lot of run on that ball. Just couldn't quite get to it. Good movement.
And Tommy Green, the batter, has a fielder's choice and a run batted in and grounded into a fielder's choice. Green 0 for 2, his average at 151. He has 8 hits. Saves a run there. Hayes made a fine play to his left. In the inning for the Phillies, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. They'll leave 2 more. And we're through 5, and the Phillies lead it by a score of 2-1 on this terrific play by Hayes.
This is your world, genuine and true, working together in all that you do.
Automatic, rear anti-lock brakes, and a price under $11,500. Cutting your choice of trucks down to 1. Dodge.
So don't miss the 93 model clearance now at your nearest Dodge dealer.
Now save up to $13.57 on Dodge Caravans, including air conditioning at no extra charge. So cut yourself in for great savings at the 93 model clearance now at your nearest Dodge dealer.
The Phillies will be loaded for bear when they play Sandberg and the Cubs Monday, September 6th at 7:05. And Tuesday through Thursday, September 7th, 8th, and 9th, all at 7:35. Then they'll try to send the Astros into space Friday, September 10th at 7:35. Saturday the 11th at 7:05. And Sunday the 12th at 1:35 when kids 14 and under get a free backpack. Call 463-1000.
College football, all the color, pageantry, and spirit of a traditional football game. The legendary Fighting Irish of Notre Dame play the midshipmen at Veterans Stadium. Order your tickets by phone. Call the Phillies at 463-1000 or stop by the Phillies ticket office at Veterans Stadium. This fun and exciting college football matchup is sponsored in part by the Philadelphia Inquirer and Herman's World of Sporting Goods. That's Saturday, October the 30th, Navy Notre Dame right here at Veterans Stadium. Kickoff will be at 12:10. We go to the 6th inning. Both these teams have had a lot of shots tonight, but it's only a 2-1 ball game. To send our condolences along to the family of Harry Cohen, a longtime Phillies employee who died on Saturday. Harry lived in Philadelphia and was with the Phillies since May of 1961. He was 83 years old. Charlie Hayes, who just ended that inning with a spectacular play, saving a run, will lead off. He has walked and grounded out and fouls it off into the upper deck, first row. Hayes, Gerald Clark, Joe Girardi.
Charlie Hayes, drafted by the Colorado Rockies out of the Yankees organization. The Yankees look like they may have a chance to go all the way this year, so you know he's not.
Down and in, and it's a tie ball game. Tommy Green made a big mistake down and in, and he nailed it. And we're tied at 2.
But Charlie Hayes was saying, hey, I'm going to make the best of it. This is a good group of guys, and he enjoys playing in the city. He said, I'm going to go out there. I hope we don't get 100 losses. That was a big, big hit right there.
Well, they were trying to come inside probably to get him out later away, and he didn't come far enough inside.
He did. Watch how he opens up. You can see slightly open stance, but he opens up. Ball's down and in. Chris called it right. Look how open he is right now. He's facing left field when he takes that swing.
Yeah. Well, that's why you usually don't throw him anything middle in. But I think they were just trying to waste a pitch in to see how you get there. Well, they never got there. Gerald Clark, the batter. That was hit number 7 for the Rockies. And the Phillies in a struggle tonight with Colorado. He's been playing very good baseball. Charlie Hayes happy to hit one here at the vet against his former mates. Clark has flied to right and lined to center. Two and two. And Tommy Green has just thrown pitch number 75. As we showed you, Reynoso is over 100.
Made a pitch, and he was mad at himself because he got that ball up and inside again, and it hung there. He got away with it, but he was not happy with the pitch he just made.
Well, you have to have good giddy up to get it inside, and I don't think he has a real good fastball tonight. It's just average for him. He fooled Gerald Clark there. Took a fastball right down the middle. Here's what happens when you come down and in.
Oh, man, he knows it's gone, too. Well, we saw him hit a few home runs here. That was a seed.
He's strong. You pitch Charlie Hayes middle in, and you're asking for trouble. That could have hurt somebody as hard as he hit it. Joe Girardi has hit 2 fly balls to right. There's Hayes, who ended the inning, the Phillies inning, by saving a run, and then comes back and ties the game.
Look at those numbers. 20 home runs. 298 batting average.
And there's talk out there they're not going to re-sign him next year. because you know, with the payroll situation, they may go a different direction because Charlie could look for a lot of money.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see the posturing of the Rockies, the Florida Marlins with Gary Sheffield. I mean, they get guys like that, and they're going to have some trade value as your team grows up, and you can maybe get 2 guys or 1 guy that's going to fit in with the chemistry on your team, plus in the salary, and that's the economics of the game play a big part in who you have on the ball club now.
Girardi takes a strike call in the inside corner. It's 3-1 now on Joe.
You don't think economics play a big part? Ask San Diego.
High fastball. He jumps at it. Fly ball to left field. Incavilia squeezes it. 2 outs. We'll remind you to stay tuned after this half inning. Another edition of the Wees Remembered, as Larry Rosen's going to look back to August of 1983 and the first Prism appearance of Juan Samuel. Here's Freddie Benavides. Darrell Boston has moved into the on-deck circle to bat for Reynoso. Bruce Ruffin continuing to warm up in the bullpen. There is Boston. Also a much traveled veteran. 1 ball, 1 strike on Freddie Benavides. 0 for 2. 2-2 in the 6th inning. Home run ball allowed by Tommy Green, number 10 on the year for him.
Tommy Green out there laboring, but he's keeping the Phillies right in this.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever had, you know, real good stuff for any prolonged period tonight. He's had flashes of it, but as you say, it's been a struggle. But it's a 2-2 game. Yep. Did he chase it? Yep. Benavides went after a high fastball, and he strikes out. That's number 5 for Green. A run in the inning on Hayes' homer, 1 hit, and nobody left on base. Time now for an edition of Wees Remembered, as Larry Rosen looks back to late August of 1983 and the first Prism appearance of Juan Samuel.
It was nostalgia night at the Vet, just 3 years after a World Series title, just 6 weeks before a National League pennant. And it was just the 2nd Major League contest for a man who would be known as the fastest, and not for his defensive prowess.
On the ground on the right side, and what a stop by Samuel! What a play! Oh, ho, ho!
Juan Samuel was not the only rookie making key contributions on this night. Rookie hurler Kevin Gross was fighting for a spot on the Major League roster, and he made his case boldly on this late summer's eve. And with Fernando Mania still running wild, the offensive hero would be catcher Bo Diaz.
Bo socks the ball to deep left center field. That ball really well hit. It is in play off the left center field fence. Rose will score. Matthews will score. Schmidt to third. Phillies lead the Dodgers 2-1. That ball missed being a home run by 1.5 feet.
When the Sarge, Gary Matthews, drove home Sammy with an insurance run, Gross had all he would need. He would retire to high fives after 8 innings and turn it over to Mr. T, Al Holland. Holland, in his storybook season, retired the Dodgers in the 9th, ending a 6-game losing streak, their last true down note of 1983.
That was a nice little feature, brought back a lot of memories, huh?
It does. It's amazing. You always, when you look back, you always see something that you simply had forgotten about, and sometimes it's not too pleasant, sometimes it is. In the case of, seeing Bo Diaz out there, great guy Bo was, a lot of memories. And looking back on my career, having played here for so long and still being around the organization, I get a chance to see a lot of guys and see a lot of these flashbacks. That was an excellent piece, by the way.
Speaking of guys who used to be in the Phillies organization, Bruce Ruffin from the University of Texas. He hasn't worked since he was hit by that ball off the bat of Darren Dalton, fracturing his little toe. on his left foot. He threw on the side yesterday.
And how about Ruffin? I mean, to go back for some nostalgia there, the guy that took Steve Carlton's place on the roster spot when Lefty left. When Lefty left Philadelphia.
Took a hike. Bruce has allowed 5 earned runs in his 20 1/3 innings of relief this year for a 2.21 ERA, 15 strikeouts. He's made 25 relief appearances, 20 straight, as he also was used as a starter early on. Dykstra will lead it off. Lenny tonight is 0 for 2. He has knocked in a run with an RBI or a sacrifice fly in the second. 2-2 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Dykstra, Duncan, and Kruk to face Ruffin. Marcus Moore, hard-throwing right-hander, starts to loosen up. They did not make a double switch, and Ruffin is due to lead off the 7th. Phillies have all these left-handed hitters coming up in this inning.
I get a kick out of Dykstra. I'm sorry. When he gets ahead in the count, he says, "Okay, now tighten up my gloves here. Let me zero in on you." It's just amazing, the confidence.
And he had a pretty good swing at that and fouled it back.
Look at him. He's mad at himself. You get your pitch and then you miss it.
Bruce Ruffin in 6 seasons with the Phillies. There you see it. He was a disappointment, no doubt about it, but a tough guy would always take the ball, and he's doing the same thing with Colorado. Hard ground ball with right at the shortstop Benavidez, who throws out Dykstra, who's now 0 for 3. 1 out here in the 6th.
Well, I think after his first season, when he came in to, like I said, to fill the spot created when Steve Carlton left the team, I think he had an excellent half there that season, and the Phillies had great expectations. It should be a book, but you know, he just never came through for him.
Had a great hard sinker when he first came up. Never was quite the same after that. But Bruce Ruffin is a guy you like to have on your ball club, especially the Rockies, because, as I said, he will take the ball. He hardly is ever hurt. And there he is. He's out there pitching with a broken toe.
Speaking of broken toes and hands, how's Terry Mulholland working out?
He says he's all right. You know, we'll see. He's going to get a start later on. He said he's not going to miss a start. Took on that water cooler the other night in Houston, as Duncan is jammed and loops out to the second baseman Mejia.
So you never know what's going on inside the heads of those quiet guys, you know. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, punches the water cooler.
There he is. There you see the hardware on that right hand. Luckily, he's a left-hander. Kruk, the batter, he is 1 for 2 tonight with a single and a walk. Kruk hit a home run off Ruffin last week at Colorado. One of those fly ball home runs. He hit the left center.
Barry Bonds was with the Pirates and Ruffin was with the Phillies. He would take off to avoid facing them.
Well, that one stretch that Ruffin went through was sad to watch when he couldn't throw strikes at all. And he just got over that phobia that he had for a while. 1 ball and 1 strike on John Kruk. Strike 2 called, 1 and 2. What are those numbers in 86 for Ruffin?
I mean, what's amazing is he came up from Double-A.
Pitched his first game at Busch Stadium. 2 and 2. Bruce Ruffin, who played for, as he calls him, Coach Gus at Texas. A lot of good pitchers came out of there, like Swindell and Clemens, Giraldi. 2 and 2 to Kruk. Ground ball to short, easy play for Benavidez. Throws him out, and that'll do it for the Phillies here in the 6th inning. A perfect inning for Ruffin. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We'll see Gary tomorrow night. We're tied at 2.
When you move into a new house, little things are going to come up. Unexpected things. things the previous owner forgot to mention. So to make your new house a home, turn to the book with more choices. It can even help if you want to get out of the house for a while. The genuine New Jersey Belle Yellow Pages. 9 out of 10 use it. No other book can match it. A Bella Pantic Company.
You can feel it deep inside. Dedication and a real sense of pride. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your proud to be bud.
Columbia Pictures would like to take you out to the ball game for an all-star comedy.
They'll pay you $75 a week.
We only make 30 at the dairy.
Well, then, this would be more, wouldn't it? See, how it works is the train moves, not the station.
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
My uniform bursts open, and oops, my bosoms come flying out.
You think there are men in this country who ain't seen your bosoms?
A league of their own.
And back at Veterans Stadium, a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Phillies and is intended solely for the private non-commercial use of our audience and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form or otherwise used without the express written consent of the Phillies. We're looking down to see whether or not Bruce Ruffin is going to bat. And he is. Ruffin will come out and bat here in the 7th inning. And there is Ruffin, a switch hitter. Or as Ruff would admit, a switch swinger. He is batting .095 from the right side. He's hitting .250. And from the left, he's 0 for 13. And he will bat left-handed. Darren Dalton kidding around with him as he comes up. I think we have Jay back.
Yes, you
There
do.
you are.
I think.
All right.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Got you
we're
now.
on.
And Green throws it outside. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Ruffin, and then to the top of the order, Alex Cole and Roberto Mejia. And Green misses low, and Ruffin not much of a threat from that left side.
Joe, the jacket brought me the information from Phil Feather about how fast Tommy Green has been throwing all night. 87.
Yeah.
And the fastball, or the pitch that Charlie Hayes hit for the home run, was at 87.
Yeah, he's not had a real good fastball tonight, but he's had one of those hang in there nights. It's 2-2. Line to left, and Incaviglia's right there. Ruffin hit it right on the nose, but he's out.
Hit that ball right on the button, as you said, but Hank King, Phillies advanced scout, had great information, and even though Ruffin right on the button, the Phillies and John Vukovich had their defense move just right, and Incaviglia maybe a step or two, ball right to him.
Here's Alex Cole. 2 hits tonight and a line drive to short. He scored a run. Collins once again up at third, anticipating a possible bunt. He shows it. And there you see Dave Hollins. One ball, no strikes. Cole fouls it off the upper deck off to our left, back into the crowd. This should be over 40,000 here again tonight for the 14th consecutive game. Strike 2 call. Good pitch on the outside corner. Phillies at this point in 61 dates have drawn 2,363,000.
I see you.
Breaking ball, and he missed with it. 2-2.
I see you visit a candy store while I was gone.
Yeah, we got a few things dropped off here.
Looks like it.
Want some of this fattening stuff? Help yourself.
No, I do enough damage elsewhere. Okay.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Cole. Line down the left field line. It is a foul ball to the crowd.
Somebody's going to go home with a souvenir as soon as they figure out who's going to give it up.
The ball needs to be cut in about 4 pieces.
Look at all those
Make
hands.
everybody happy. Who's got it? That guy did. All right.
Hey, broke his $80 pair of glasses, but he got that ball.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Alex Cole. Ground ball to short. Stocker on an in-between hop throws him out. 2 down.
That looked like a routine grounder. I wish I could tell you they were all routine, but they're not. As Chris said, he got it on an in-between hop. And those are the plays that people don't realize. When you get a ball on the in-between hop, a lot of funny things can happen. That ball can come up, it can stay down. You, the infielder, have to follow it right in your glove. Stocker does that, then makes a nice throw.
On a guy who can run. Mejia, the batter, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, fly ball to center. Phillies play him as an opposite field hitter. And he swings and misses. They're guarding the line now. They have Hollins over near the line at third and Kruk at first. In a tie ball game here in the 7th. There's Kruk, and you saw Hollins. Breaking ball, foul at the plate. Mejia looks like he couldn't reach a ball away with 2 bats. The way he pulls off.
Well, obviously, he's looking for the inside pitch then.
Look at him.
And he's hitting with an open stance, and he pulls off. So
I think they'll stay away from him. They do. And that's outside. 1 and 2.
Hitting is the art of adjustment. As we see the signal given here by Dalton.
For a breaking ball.
And there it was.
Last time up, he chased a breaking ball in the dirt. And was called out on the appeal to first. Green now at 100 pitches. No activity in the Phillies bullpen. Dalton wants a fastball away as they continue to stay out there on him. And it's low. Don't want to walk this guy with Galarraga on deck.
As I mentioned, hitting is the art of adjustment. If you're the hitter and you want to pitch on the inside part of the plate and the pitcher keeps throwing you away, once in a while you're going to have to go out there and hit that pitcher's pitch to get your pitch.
Line drive to right. Here comes Eisenreich. That ball was in the lights a little bit. He made a good play. 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. To the bottom of the 7th, tied at 2.
Do Texaco food marts really have everything?
Oh, they have gum, cheese, candy.
Many reasons I come to Texaco.
Chips, cereals, nice people.
There are many reasons.
You want it, they got it. If they don't have it, you don't need it.
Isn't that candy that pulls product
Did I skip something?
Visit your Texaco station and food mart for unbeatable System 3 gasoline.
Pop comes here for System 3, and I come here for Pop. Right, Mom?
And just about everything else.
I'd recommend it to anybody. And I would, too.
It's often taken for granted, yet it's as precious as the very air we breathe. It's called freedom. And it's what inspired Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield to create the new Personal Choice, a health plan that offers people the low costs of an HMO without asking them to give up what they value most, their freedom. Personal Choice, the health plan that controls costs, not people.
I work Saturdays and Sundays. It's not a job. It's a dedication. I don't think you can teach someone to tune. You just got to practice until it's natural, just like breathing. There seems something mystic about it. So much beauty comes out of music.
Mellon PSFS, you're why we do our very best.
Hi, I'm Dick Vermeil with a Blue Cross Blue Shield health tip. Can you name 5 life-extending benefits of exercising? If you pick the following, you are right on target. Cardiovascular conditioning, muscular and strength endurance, flexibility, weight control, stress reduction. Remember, all it takes is 30 minutes 3 times a week.
We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The score is tied 2-2. Phillies a couple of runs on 5 hits. Rockies a couple of runs on 7 hits. Hollins will lead it off, followed by Dalton and Incaviglia. Ruffin, the left-hander, on the mound. Fastball, slider, changeup. His biggest problem is the fact that he has trouble getting ahead of hitters. And every now and then, when he gets behind, he'll groove a pitch. It'll get him into a lot of hot water.
No balls and a strike on Hollins, who hits a hard ground ball. Nice backhand play, Benavides. Strong throw, got him. Fine play, Freddie Benavides. 1 out here in the 7th.
That was a good play because he had to come up, set, plant, and come right over the top. A lot of times you'll see shortstops with maybe not so strong an arm as Benavides try and bounce the ball, take advantage of the AstroTurf. As you can see here, Benavides right over the top, a strong throw, and Galarraga with a nice stretch.
Play by Andres with the sore leg, too. Here is Dalton 0 for 2 with a walk. Breaking ball misses high. Dalton's the guy that hit the ball off Ruffin's toe last week and broke it out at Mile High Stadium. Incaviglia on deck. 2-2 in the 7th. Jammed him, popped up foul out of play.
Phillies need to generate a little excitement here, get something going.
Well, these are those games everybody says, oh, you just win 3, you just show up. It doesn't work that way. The Rockies have been very hot, winning 11 out of their last 14, 7 out of 8 on the road, and they're 11-10 this month. Good breaking ball and a swing and a miss by Dalton. 1-2.
Haven't had a leadoff hitter on since Dalton got on with a walk in the 3rd inning.
Game a very different game than the ones you play at Mile High Stadium because this is a truer ballpark. Dalton checked and went an appeal to 3rd. Oh my. And Runge says he swung at it.
Oh, that's a bad call there. That is a bad call.
Paul Runge, the veteran.
Now the bat has to cross the plane of the plate to be a strike. And you can see there he pulled it back. You saw him pull it back. It did not cross the plane of the plate. The rule book specifically states, and the umpire should know it by heart, that the bat must cross the plane of the plate. It did not, and Runge still called it a strike.
And there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Strikeout number 1 for Ruffin. Incaviglia 1 for 2 with a run scored. Incaviglia trying to untie it with a mighty swing and a miss. Ruffin doing a good job thus far. Pete Incaviglia with 21 homers, 74 runs batted in on the year. Incaviglia really wanted something middle in there, and he took the strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
Well, even if he did swing at that pitch, it was a pitch that he really wouldn't hit very well. That wasn't a good average pitch or a power pitch to drive.
Right at Mejia. Oh, did he hit that thing? And the second baseman was in perfect position. And Ruffin has another perfect inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We're heading to the 8th. It's 2-2.
We thought we'd been everywhere, seen everything. We were wrong.
We're back to the bone. We're back to the bone.
These guys were weird, and we liked it. Later, they took us to the Tower of Buzz. Brother, tomorrow we ride again.
Upon completing the rear axle assembly diagram set using a 9-inch gripping wrench, tighten the C diagram set and secure the frame extenders to the housing mount. Congratulations, you built a tricycle. While the simplest things can be made complex, the challenge is making the complex simple. But that's what we do at Bell Atlantic Mobile, with straight answers, clear explanations, and with no assembly required. Bell Atlantic Mobile, advanced technology and people who make it mean something.
It's a really good-looking baseball jacket, free for kids 14 and under. Compliments of Acme and Kraft when the Phillies play the Reds Sunday, August 29th at 1:35. They'll make a racket to get this jacket. Call 463-1000.
All-Stars Croc, Dawson, and Hollins face the Mile High Colorado Rockies live from Veterans Stadium Tuesday night at 7:30 exclusively on Prism, the home game home of the Phillies.
Here's your scoring summary tonight. You see it's a 2-2 ball game. Colorado led. Phillies went ahead. Charlie Hayes, a solo homer in the 6th inning, tied it. Andres Galarraga, big night with 3 hits, has upped his average to .392. Phillies have left 10 men on base, but that came through the first 5 as Bruce Ruffin has come on to pitch a perfect 6th and 7th innings. And we go to the 8th, and here comes Andres Galarraga as the Fanatic entertains with some friends during the 7th inning. At the end of the 7th. Galarraga with a double to center, a ground rule double that bounced over the fence, and then a single to center, and then a humpback liner to right. He started the game at .386. That's hit right on the nose and right at Dykstra. Boy, Galarraga is a threat right now.
Everything he swings, he hits hard. You almost have to say to yourself, as a pitcher, I'm going to not try and give him anything close to the strike zone. Make him swing at a bad pitch if he will. And that one, a little bit on the outside part of the plate, and he still hit a bullet right at Dykstra.
Dante Bichette, the batter, a sacrifice fly, run batted in the first, fly ball to center, and a ground ball to second. Bichette, a dangerous hitter with power. Charlie Hayes on deck. They've got 3 bona fide bombers right here in Galarraga, Bichette, and Hayes. It's not Mile High Stadium for these guys.
You know, the California Angels gave up on this kid when they got Dave Winfield. And a lot of people thought that even though Winfield, a premier player and had a good year with the Angels that particular year, this kid was awful young. You know, all his years are ahead of him. Right on the money again, partner, 40,000.
481 tickets sold here tonight. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Dante Bichette. Breaking ball, and he chases it. Bichette is an opposite field hitter. He likes to hit the ball to right and right center, and the Phillies are defensing him that way. And they do have Hollins on the line at third. This guy leads the league in doubles, so they want to stay away from an extra base hit. He has 37 of them. Hollins there just in case. 1 and 2 to Bichette. Fights off a ball to right field. It is a fair ball, and it is going to bounce to Eisenreich, and he'll have another double. So Dante Bichette has his 38th double of the year, the league leading total. Looked like Green made a pretty decent pitch to him there, and he just fought it off.
Well, you pointed out something real important about this guy. The guy really likes to hit the ball the other way. Watch how he inside outs this pitch. That's where you drag the bat through by having your hands come through first. The bat then follows. It's called inside outing the ball, and he fights that ball off that really isn't a strike, and yet he ends up with a double.
Charlie Hayes, the batter, has walked, popped up foul, and homer. Phillies getting bullpen activity for the first time tonight. The right-hander Bobby Thigpen starting to throw. And Hayes tires of waiting and steps out. 2-2 in the 8th. Bichette, potential go-ahead run at second base. And there's 1 out. Fastball hit off the end of the bat to right field. Eisenreich grabs it. Bichette stays at second, 2 down.
Again, it looked like Charlie Hayes looking for something inside, opened up. Pitch was up and out over the plate, and he just kind of wristed it out that way. Not much power.
Well, there's no doubt that Tommy Green made a mistake on him last time, because you don't want to give Charlie balls middle in.
No.
He did throw him away. Now they're going to have a little mound conference now. Gerald Clark, the batter, Girardi on deck, base open. Gerald Clark is 0 for 3. Girardi's 0 for 3.
And you know, sometimes those are the most dangerous hitters, because those guys are looking for their first hit of the night. They're hungry. They're really concentrating. You know, a lot of players in the big leagues that when you get 0 for 3, You don't want to take an offer. You don't want that collar. You don't want a ribbing from your teammates. So you're going to do anything you can to find yourself a base hit late in the ball game or in a situation like this.
Bichette, an average runner at second. The outfielders are pretty deep. And Gerald Clark, the batter, and the pitch is outside, ball one. Gerald's brother Phil is with San Diego. Used to be in the Detroit organization. He thought it was outside. It's 1-1. Charlie Relaford calls the pitch a strike. Slider. He appears to want to stay away from Gerald Clark in this situation. A good idea. Clark, a good lifetime hitter against the Phillies. Breaking ball. He beats it into the Phillies dugout. John Vukovich with the play. Slick fielder. Gives that ball back so Mike Ryan can have it in the ball bag tomorrow, trying to stay on Irish's good side.
Trying to save on baseballs? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
It's Irish's job. Watch those baseballs.
He does a good job with it, too.
Boy, did he have trouble out Mile High the way they were flying out. 2-2. And another foul ball.
Remember way back in 1984, this kid was very high on the Dodgers list. In fact, they drafted him. Just a local boy way down in the Beaumont area, California, and the Dodgers really wanted to get this kid to sign with them. He elected to stay in school. And now here he is in the big leagues 9 years later.
Breaking ball. Did he go? Oh, my. I mean, if Dalton swung at that other one, he sure swung at that. But Dana Demuth says no. 3-2.
Well, let's see if the bat goes across the plane of the plate. Nope, it does not. So we had an umpire make a good call.
Yep. Good call by Dana Demuth.
But that's what Dalton did on the other side.
That's exactly what Dalton did.
So that's what I'm saying. See, the bat head, folks, has to come across the plate. And once it does, it then becomes a strike.
3-2. Fly ball. This ought to do it. Who wants it? Dykstra and Eisenreich are both there. And look out, Lenny. Dykstra runs Eisenreich off and makes the play. They almost collided. No runs, one hit, no errors, and the Rockies leave one. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied up at 2.
Hazy sunshine this afternoon. High close to yesterday's 96 downtown.
There are some things that money can't buy. Infiniti believes safety should be one of those things. That's why they're the only car company whose entire line includes standard not only ABS and dual airbags, but automatic seatbelt pretensioners to help snug the belt around you as the airbags deploy. From their least expensive G20 to their most luxurious Q45. Would a visit to your Infiniti showroom be in order? I think that's safe to say.
Darren Dalton, Madonna, Lenny Dykstra, Gina Davis, John Kruk, Rosie O'Donnell, Jim Fregosi, Tom Hanks, the Phillies, and the Peaches. The hottest teams in baseball. 2 teams in a league of their own, and only one channel's got them both, Prism. Whether it's at the vet or on the silver screen, it's the most exciting baseball action of the summer. From your baseball crazy friends at Prism, the only place to be for the summer of '93.
Well, whether for you or for someone special, there's still time to get on the roster for Phil's Dream Week. You heard about it. Now here's your chance to see for yourself what it's like to take the field with Boa, Cash, Lazinski, and other greats from Phillies history. The number to call for full information, 215-938-1200, right there on your screen, 215-938-1200. Phillies Dream Week space is limited. Week 1's already filled up, and week number 2 is filling up rapidly. The chance of a lifetime, and you can call that number right now. Jim Eisenreich will lead it off for the Phillies. Eisenreich, Stocker, then probably a pinch hitter for Tommy Green as the Phillies bullpen works here in the 8th inning in a tie ball game. Eisenreich 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. All his at-bats coming off the starter Reynoso. He bunts at that ball and misses it. Strike 1. Eisenreich thinking about bunting his way on. Charlie Hayes is way up at third just in case. Bruce Ruffin with 2 perfect innings. Nobody up in the bullpen for Colorado. Ruffin, did he get him? Yes. Just got him as he juggled that ball and tagged Eisenreich on the way by, 1 down. Nice play, Ruffin.
That was a nice play because, as you said, Ruffin juggled the ball. The ball could have very easily come out of his glove, or he could have lost grip of it, but he just does tag him with the ball, as you see, on the top part of the left shoulder.
And ball popped out of the glove, and Ruffin grabbed it with his bare hand and then tags Eisenreich. Well, Kevin Stocker, the batter, he had a tough time against Reynoso, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. He also was walked intentionally. Kevin with a 10-game hitting streak on the line, and Ricky Jordan has moved out to bat for Green. Oh, what a night Charlie's having. Ice cream cone, that one, 2 down.
You don't see that very often. And we say and use the term ice cream cone very seldom, but watch how he catches his ball in the tip of his webbing. Oh, you talk about an ice cream cone catch. There's a perfect example of that. Nice play by Charlie Hayes.
Made 2 fine defensive plays and hit a home run. Now Wes Chamberlain will come out now. Jordan was in the on-deck circle. With 2 outs and nobody on base, he'll go to Chamberlain. There is Wes, who hit a home run in the 9th inning off Tom Edens yesterday in the Dome. Chamberlain was the starting right fielder in the ball game yesterday afternoon. There is Larry Anderson in the Phillies bullpen. He will come in if it's a tie game. Mitch Williams has been out there throwing in case the Phillies get the lead. Here comes Mitch back looking for a baseball. It might have wound up on the other side. Tommy Green with a hang-in-there night. 8 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. And he will depart for Chamberlain. West, as a pinch hitter, is 2 for 12. No homers, no runs batted in. Slider from Ruffin, a called strike. Chamberlain off Bruce Ruffin, lifetime 0 for 2.
You could say Tommy Green had a tough night, but he had a couple of chances to help himself. He did drive in 1 run.
Star of this game for the Rockies has been Charlie Hayes with a game-tying homer and 2 fine defensive plays, one of them saving a run. There is Tommy Green, finished after 8. He cannot lose the game. He could only win it. He's had 3 straight no decisions. His last win coming at LA on July the 21st. That was when he first felt the groin pull. And Tommy finished for tonight. And Bruce Ruffin ahead in the count 1-2 on Chamberlain. Ruffin 1 out away from pitching 3 perfect innings, and then they'll hit for him. Here's the 1-2 to West. Fouled. Bruce Ruffin, the Texas Longhorn, pitching very, very well here tonight. And the 1-2 pitch to Chamberlain. Fly ball deep center field. Back goes Cole. It's dying on the warning track, and he grabs it. Boy, he put a charge into that, and it died on the warning track. And Ruffin takes a deep breath as he leaves. 3 runs, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Still.
It's like having a Phillies ticket window come right to your home. Call 463-1000 and reserve your tickets in advance. No rushing, no waiting, no hassle. 463-1000. It's like having a Phillies ticket window right in your home.
To soar with eagles, be the best. To win the industry's highest awards for quality, commit to excellence. Provide superior quality products and have the strength to offer them at more than 12,500 locations nationwide. More than any other major brand. Discover for yourself the difference quality can make. Fly with the new Superpower.
Looking for a great car at a great price? Well, your local Nissan dealers are having one of their biggest sales events of the year.
I was in the right place, and it must have been the right time.
Choose from a great selection of Nissan Altimas, the best-selling new car nameplate introduced this year. And it's very affordable. Right now, you can lease an Altima XE for only $1,000 down and just $199 a month. Your local Nissan dealer, it's the right place at the right time.
I was in the right place, and it must have been the right time.
Looks like Wes Chamberlain thought he had hit it out here.
Yes, he did. In fact, he got his arms extended, did everything correct, what you're supposed to do. But tonight, the wind, as you can see Wes thinking, I got a chance, I got a chance. Oh, the wind got it, and that's what happened.
Boy, he tossed that bat, he thought it was out. Here's Larry Anderson, the new Phillies pitcher. And we'll go over the Major League Baseball scoreboard for you. Montreal beat Chicago 1-0 behind that good-looking left-hander Kirk Reeder, who's 4-0. Cincinnati leads the Mets in the 8th. Doc Gooden tossed out of that for hitting a batter. St. Louis at San Diego, they're just about ready to start. Pittsburgh, LA, Atlanta, San Francisco, what a big series that is. In the American League, Detroit blank Oakland 9-0 behind Mike Moore, a one-hitter. Lots of homers, Cleveland at Toronto. Albert Bell and Carlos Baerga. Joe Carter with 2 of them, 25 and 26, and John Olerud, number 23. Lots of runs in Baltimore tonight as Texas leads the O's 12-5. Dean Palmer hit number 25, a 9-run second inning tonight for Texas. New York and Chicago, they're 1-1 in the second inning. That's in a rain delay, and Minnesota leads Kansas City 2-0. They are in the 5th inning, and that's a look at the scoreboard as Larry Anderson is the Phillies pitcher in the 9th inning in a 2-2 ball game. Anderson with good numbers, although he had a rough trip. Anderson's ERA was under 2, and then he got roughed up in Colorado, gave up a run in Houston, and the ERA up now to almost 3. Anderson will face Girardi, Benavides, and then a batter for Bruce Ruffin, who pitched 3 perfect innings, although Wes Chamberlain thought he had spoiled that.
So did we.
I thought it was got a chance. Girardi tonight is 0 for 3, 2 fly balls and a to right and a fly ball to left. Darren Holmes is their closer, and Munoz, a left-hander just up, is also warming. 2-8-0 for the Rockies, 2-5-0 for the Phillies. Dave Hollins once again on the line at third, Kruk over at first. Breaking ball on the end of the bat to Stocker, and Kevin throws out Joe Girardi, 1 away in the 9th inning.
Anderson parlays that slider, which he throws it about 85% of the time, oh so well against right-handed batters. He starts it on the outside half of the plate, and when the hitter first sees it, picks it up in his vision, it looks like it's a strike, and then the ball just kind of simply fades away out of the strike zone. And a lot of times, as you saw right there, the ball is hit off the end of the bat.
Freddie Benavides with Darrell Boston moving out to hit for Ruffin. Outside ball 1. Benavides is 0 for 3 tonight with a couple of strikeouts. There is Boston, the one remaining left-handed batter for Don Baylor. 1-1 strike. We are in the 9th inning in a 2-2 ball game.
You know, that's kind of strange, really, for the Rockies, especially under manager Don Baylor, who's played for so many great managers, to have only 2 left-handers on his team. You know, you think they might be able to go out and help him somewhere along the line, to give him a little equality on the bench. There's Baylor. Give you an idea of some of the managers he's played for: Earl Weaver, Chuck Tanner, Gene Mauch, John McNamara, Jim Fregosi, Billy Martin, Tom Kelly, Tony La Russa.
This ball's playable. Who wants a Duncan in foul territory? Squeezes it 2 away. And that will bring up Darrell Boston to bat for Bruce Ruffin. Boston, a .240 hitter. As a pinch hitter, he's 5 for 22 with 2 runs batted in. Boston has been with the Chicago White Sox, the New York Mets. And there is Ruffin, who had 9 up and 9 down. Anderson misses low, ball 1. Base hit center field, Darrell Boston. Lenny Dykstra gets it back in, so Boston has his 6th pinch hit of the year. And a 2-out base runner for Colorado in the 9th for Alex Cole, 2 for 4. Oh my goodness, look at this. In the 1st inning, Phil Plantier, who's been red hot for San Diego, a grand slam home run. And the Padres lead the Cardinals 5-0 in the 1st.
You know, this could be a real serious road trip for the Cardinals because of the way they've been playing in the last 15 games or so. They just might see him die a little bit on that West Coast trip out there.
25 home runs now for Phil Plantier as Anderson gets strike 1 over to Alex Cole.
He was originally with the Boston organization, right?
Cole?
No, Plantier.
Plantier, yes.
So Boston, in their quest to get a championship, has given up Bagwell and Plantier over the last 4 or 5 years.
Wow. Phillies were very interested in Phil Plantier this year, but just weren't able to get him over here.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Larry Anderson the person that Jeff Bagwell was traded to for Houston?
On August 31st.
Wow. Of course, they were in the quest for a championship, and sometimes you got to make moves like that. But a couple years down the road, you start looking at those deals, you go, oh my goodness.
1-1 strike to Cole. Fouled away left side, out of play. So Anderson ahead of Alex Cole, 1 and 2. On deck is Mejia, the second baseman. And you don't want to get to Galarraga in this inning. He bats after Mejia. One ball, 2 strikes.
Anderson loves to start that backdoor slider just on the outside part of the plate, maybe a little outside, and have it break right back over the outside corner. That's when the left-hand hitter sees it out there, thinks it's a ball, gives up on it, then it comes back for a strike.
Struck him out. That looked like a fastball. And Cole goes down on strikes. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. Tied up at 2.
Bert sells balloons. Bob sells balloons. Bert sells wacky gifts. Bob sells wacky gifts. Bert delivers. Bob delivers. So if Bob's got everything Bert's got, why Bert busy and Bob not? Now, do you suppose Bert's got a big color ad in the book 9 out of 10 people use? The genuine Bella Pennsylvania Yellow Pages. 9 out of 10 use it. No other book can match it. A Bella Atlantic Company.
Did you know Texaco puts System 3 in every grade of gasoline?
System 3 gets high marks in every grade, which is a lot better than I ever did.
My dad says Texaco puts System 3 in every grade. I'm in the 4th grade.
That's why I always fill up with System 3. What do I look like? Don't say it.
When it comes to performance in cars both new and old,
System 3, I can get great performance from Beacon Hill to Beverly Hills.
Count on every grade of Texaco System 3.
Don't try it with any other gasoline.
I wouldn't.
Who asked you?
The other day, these guys came to me and said, Kirby, how'd you like to be in a cross-training commercial for Nike? You wear the shoes, right? We could come film your workout. So I say to them, let me get this straight. You want to make a 3-hour commercial?
It's the last business person special of the year. Wednesday, August 25th at 12:35. The Phillies play the Rockies, and all fans get a handsome poster featuring all the Phillies pitchers' compliments of Mel and PSFS. Call 463-1000 now.
And the new pitcher is the left-hander Mike Munoz, just up from Colorado Springs. He was in the ball game yesterday. He arrived at Mile High Stadium yesterday, pitched 2/3 of an inning, and got the win against the New York Mets. There are his numbers at Colorado Springs. He started the season with Detroit. He was 0-1 in 8 games with a high earned run average of 6, and then was signed by the Colorado organization. He is 6'2", 200-pounder, 28 years of age. From Baldwin Park, California, attended Cal Poly Pomona. Originally signed by the Dodgers.
I know that city well. We had many of fights with that school, Baldwin Park High School, and I was the neighboring high school in West Covina.
And Mike Munoz was just a baby.
Yes.
Can't blame him, right? Dykstra will lead it off here in the 9th inning. Lenny 0 for 4 tonight with a run batted in. Dykstra, Duncan, and Kruk in a 2-2 ball game. Munoz a slow breaking ball for ball 1. Munoz last year pitched with Detroit. He was in 65 games in relief, 1-2 with an earned run average of 3. He had 2 saves, 25 walks, 23 strikeouts in 48 innings. He gave up 44 hits. The 1-0 to Lenny. He's up there on a recon right now to see what this guy throws, and it's 1-1. So far, he's gotten a fastball and a breaking ball. See most runs by a Philly in a season since 1940. Starting to creep up on Michael Jack and Dick Allen. Another breaking ball, and it's over for a strike. 1-2.
Well, Lenny does this so well in waiting out pitchers, because when you don't see a pitcher, you don't know what a pitcher has, you've got to try and run the count as deep as you can to see if you can catch all of his pitches. That way it gives you a better shot at least gauging the velocity and the break on the breaking ball.
Fastball low and outside. 2-2 to Lenny.
How many times have we seen Dykstra in the hole against many a pitcher? 1-2, 0-2, and end up getting a walk out of it?
Leads the league in runs with 113 and walks 101. Has yet to walk tonight, has yet to score a run.
And he's in the top 10 and hardest players to fan in plate appearances.
Breaking ball beats it foul. So the count is 2-2 on Lenny Dykstra. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-9-0 Rockies, 2-5-0 Phils. Mariano Duncan next.
Lenny averaging only 1 strikeout every 13.2 plate appearances. The leader in the National League is Ozzie Smith, 1 strikeout every 31 plate appearances.
Fouled away again. Dykstra with a tough at bat, which was what you would expect in this situation. That slugfest continues at Sky Dome. Sandy Alomar has knocked in a couple runs there, and Cleveland leads the front-running Blue Jays by 2. Oh, it's getting late in the year. They're giving us scores now. I like this. 2-2. Dykstra fouls another pitch away. Munoz continues to throw strikes, and Dykstra keeps fouling them off.
Don't forget to stay tuned right after the Phillies game here for the exciting movie Kickboxer 3. It's coming up immediately following the Phillies and Rockies game. So if you've got time, run quickly to the bathroom, grab yourself a cold glass of milk, and come back and watch this great movie.
We saw the totals on this game as we're in the bottom of the 9th. Balls, 2 strikes to Lenny. Into center field to Alex Cole. Munoz made a good pitch on him. He just stayed after him and finally jammed him. And Dykstra battled Munoz here in the 9th inning, but the guy kept throwing him strikes.
Well, this is the key to any relief pitcher. The fact that you have to throw strikes in situations such as these, especially when you're in the latter part of the game. You can't get much later than this, bottom of 9th inning, and Munoz did exactly that. He kept Dykstra right on the table with strikes.
And Duncan, the batter, and Mariano takes ball 1. On deck is Kruk. Phillies seeing Munoz for the first time, unless they faced him maybe in spring training when he was with Detroit. Big swing and a miss as Duncan was trying to end it. They're not guarding the line with Charlie Hayes, nor with Galarraga. I mean, they're over a little bit, but not right on the line. Nice play by Munoz, right back at him, tosses it to Galarraga. 2 down here in the 9th. So the Phillies' last hope, or we're going to extra innings, is John Kruk.
Well, we didn't know if he could field his position or not. And here's a hanging breaking ball, and we can see right away, very quick off the mound. He gloved that very easily, and a quick toss to Galarraga.
And the crowd roars as they want Kruk to keep it going. Over 40,000 for the 14th straight date. And Munoz has done a good job coming out of the bullpen, only throwing strikes. This is not the easiest lineup to throw strikes to.
No, because they make you throw strikes, exactly. This team. They're going to take pitches that are borderline, and they'll get those calls. Tell by all the walks that they've got. And the top 3 guys, and of course, Collins with about 62 or 3.
Kruk takes it high, ball 1. Phillies' last hit was Eisenreich's single with 1 out in the 5th inning. They put 2 on at the time with 1 out, didn't score. Then Ruffin came on and shut him down for 3. And now Munoz for 2/3 here in the 9th. Here's where we are. Outside to Kruk, 2-1. Hollins on deck.
Pretty good breaking ball right there. It goes from one side of the plate to the other.
You might look out and see a right-hander up in case Hollins were to come up to turn him around, but nobody up in the bullpen. Base hit for Kruk in the hole to right field, so Hollins will bat off the left-hander.
Well, there's a little mistake by Munoz right there. He threw the breaking ball on the previous pitch. It broke on the outside part out of the strike zone. Now he tries to come back in at Kruk with the breaking ball, having it break out over the plate. But John, the experienced hitter he is, waited with weight back and opened up and caught that pitch way before it broke and just slapped it right into right field.
All-stars talk it over there, Galarraga and Kruk, and here comes Hollins. 0 for 3. He's been hit by a pitch, grounded out, struck out, and grounded out again. Hollins, a .342 hitter, right-handed. And Munoz stays away from him. Ball 1. On deck is Dalton. The Phillies have hit 132 home runs this year. Slicing foul. He hit it well, but it sliced foul into the crowd. Fans down the right field line were going crazy because they couldn't get a real good angle on that.
Well, so some of them were trying to blow it back fair.
A lot of them were grabbing their jackets. They were heading out of here. See what Hollins has done with his home runs. 5 of them game winners. Kruk is the runner at first. And as everyone knows, Kruk does not run all that well. So it might be tough to score him even on an extra base hit. Hollins checks on a breaking ball. 2-1 on Dave. A 2-2 ball game. 2 outs in the 9th inning. Phillies have John Kruk on at first base. trying to get him home. Way outside, 3-1. There's Darren Dalton waiting.
Well, now, partner, that'd be a nice time to send Johnny Kruk on this pitch.
And it is strike 2 call to Hollins. Well, the Phillies catch a little bit of a break here because Kruk can run on the pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs. Galarraga reminding Munoz that he's going to play off him. Outfielders very, very deep, trying to prevent any kind of an extra base hit. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kruk off, the pitch to Hollins, smashed up the middle. It's a base hit, and Hollins will be on at first. Kruk goes to third, and here comes Dalton with 2 on and 2 out.
Well, Hollins got a pitch he liked. He took a 3-1 pitch. That was a pretty good pitch on the inside part of the plate. Munoz gets this pitch up and out over the plate, and Hollins, as Chris said, hitting .342 from the right side, lines it almost off the left foot of Michael Munoz. So Munoz, trying to get that pitch down a little bit lower, got it up, and Hollins responds with a line drive base hit to center.
And Darren Dalton's last RBI on the 10th of this month is 87th. Number 88 has sent everybody home. Strike 1 call. Dalton takes a little stroll. Grounded to second. We're going to extra innings. Dalton is retired, and the Phillies are gone in the ninth. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We're heading for the 10th, tied up at 2.
Deep to left center field, way back. This ball is a grand slam home run, Darren Dalton.
Hi, I'm Chris Willer. There's no more exciting place to be for a Phillies game than in the broadcast booth. And thanks to Prism, that's exactly where you could be on September the 20th. If your name is selected, you'll win a night out with the Phillies, featuring a complete behind-the-scenes tour of that night's Phillies-Marlins game. And a chance to spend an inning with me right here in the Prism broadcast booth. To enter, just send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to the Prism Booth Contest, P.O. Box 1252, Bala Kenwood, PA 19004.
Deep to left field, fair or foul. It is a fair ball, upper deck home run, Pete Incaviglia.
Send your entries in right now, and I'll see you here for the Phillies-Marlins game on September the 20th.
Well, the Phillies have a new pitcher in Bobby Thigpen, the right-hander coming out of the pen. There are the numbers on Bobby Thigpen coming over from the White Sox in the trade that the Phillies sent Jose De Leon. We're going to the top of the 10th inning. We're tied at 2 apiece. Rockies have 9 hits. The Phillies have 7. Rockies will lead it off with Mejia, then Galarraga, and then Dante Bichette. As Thigpen takes his final warm-up tosses.
And the Phillies in extra innings this year obviously are very good. They're 10-3 and 5-0 here at the vet. Colorado Rockies not bad. 4-4, 1-1 at home, and 3-3 on the road as they've more than held their own. Series continues tomorrow night. Phillies and the Rockies. Larry Rosen with the pregame at 7 o'clock. The ball game at 7:30. Danny Jackson against Willie Blair tomorrow night. So the Phillies kick up a little fuss. They get their first hit since the 5th inning. They get 2 in the 9th. Here's Danny Jackson, who will pitch tomorrow. They got 2 hits with 2 outs. But then Munoz retired Darren Dalton and going to go to the 10th inning. And the Colorado Rockies will get a chance to get Galarraga and Bichette up in this inning if possible. Lead Charlie Hayes. Danny Jackson tomorrow night. Mel Roberts with it. Bobby Thigpen's done a good job since coming over here from the White Sox. Has a couple of wins. And we'll start with Roberto Mejia, the number 2 hitter, and Galarraga and Bichette. Phillies' second extra inning game in 3 games. They played one in Houston on Saturday night and lost. And their 14th of the year coming up. Grounded in the hole. They were playing the line, guarding the line. Mejia hustles around first and takes a big turn, and he will stay there. There's that guarding the line, and that gave up a hit.
Yeah, and also Hollins was playing a little in because of the fact that Mejia has good speed. He can also bunt the ball. And the pitch is a fastball right down the center of the plate, up in the strike zone, and the ball quickly gets by Hollins. Ball's hit on the turf, but Hollins playing in didn't really have much of a chance.
In and over, as Jay says. So Mejia is on with a base hit. They did not expect him to really pull the ball, I don't think, but he did. He got it in the hole. And Galarraga, what a game he's had, 3 for 4.
I would venture to say that manager Don Baylor has told his coaches to tell Mejia, don't move off that base. Let Galarraga hit.
Mejia has attempted 1 stolen base, and he has been unsuccessful. So now Thigpen will have to face the wheelhouse of this order: Galarraga, Bichette, and Hayes. Tommy Green tonight, 8 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. As we look at that slugfest, and Joe Carter's hit his 3rd of the game. There in the 9th. Larry Anderson with 1 inning, and now Thigpen on to the 10th. Grounded to Hollins. That's a foul ball. There's Darren Holmes, who has come on to close for the Colorado Rockies. He started the year in that role and couldn't get it done. They sent him out for a while, and since he's come back, he's been very good. There is Don Baylor looking on. He could stay with Munoz if they don't score, and if they do get ahead, bring in his closer Holmes. He wants to have him ready as Mejia leads off. Fouled away. If they could ever hit Galarraga to hit a ground ball at somebody, they could have an easy double play, because he is gaming it out there right now. He's not moving very well.
You know, the funny part about it is, as gimpy as that knee might be, he's only grounded into 4 double plays on the year in 319 at bat.
Yeah, he hits a lot of balls in the air. Smash to left, and Incavilia's right there. Throws back to first, and Mejia gets back. What a night for Galarraga. He has hit some rockets. Ooh.
He hit that ball so hard, you know, that's a base hit. But the ball was hit so hard that it carried, that Incaviglia was able to come in and pick it up. Normally on a line drive over the shortstop's head like that, it goes in for a base hit. But he hit it with such a magnitude of force behind it, just carried right out to Incaviglia. What a night. You're right.
He jumped on that thing. So here is Bichette. He has an RBI on a sacrifice fly. He's flied out, grounded out, and then fisted a double down the line and right, his 38th of the year, which leads the league.
The only guy I ever seen hit a ball like that, as hard as that, in my career was Frank Howard. There would hit the ball so hard, the ball would just carry to the outfield, on which normal guys would get base hits.
Tom Pagnazzi helps the Cardinals start their comeback here in the second inning. San Diego hit him with a 5 spot in the first. Bichette smash foul third base side. I think he likes that ball up much. He like leaves his feet for anything up.
You know, he's got a completely different type of a swing when he's trying to turn on it. And you can see that pitch was up, and he just jerked it by Don Zimmer down there, the third base coach. Yet on the other pitch, when he was trying to go the other way, the pitch was up, but a little bit more out over the plate. He just pulled his hands too quickly, drug the bat through, and got himself another double. Look at those arms he's got on him.
Yeah, he's strong.
Strong kid.
1 ball and 1 strike on Bichette. There goes the runner, swing and a miss. The throw is safe. Strong throw, but Mejia steals his first base of the year.
Dalton made a beautiful throw, but Mejia got a terrific jump. And the head first slide, which was really set up a long time ago in the American League by Ricky Henderson, really got that hand in, his left hand just ahead of the tag, and a nice throw by Dalton. Look at that. He just did get his left hand on the bag as Duncan tries to make the quick tag.
And the count on Bichette is 1-2. So the Rockies once again have a runner at second base. And 1 out. Hit the Kruk. He'll take it himself. Steps on the bag. 2 outs. And Mejia moves to third base.
Bichette had the right idea. He had a pretty good hole between Kruk and Duncan. But he hit it a little closer to the Kruk than he thought he would.
Here comes Charlie Hayes with a chance to be a hero. He's already hit a home run tonight, made 2 fine defensive plays. Thigpen will work from the windup. And Hayes flies at the right field and playable for Eisenreich. Jim waits, puts it away, and the Rockies are out here in the 10th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left to the bottom of the 10th. 2-2.
This is your world, genuine and true, working together in all that you do, and you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your. Proud to be your bud.
Hazy sunshine this afternoon, high close to yesterday's 96 downtown.
Save now on every #1 selling Ford at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. It's Ford's factory authorized clearance. Now get a double rebate on America's #1 selling car, Ford Taurus. That's $500 cash back plus $500 clearance bonus for a total clearance cash back of $1,000. See your Quality Plus Ford dealer today.
See your Ford dealer today. Get behind the wheel and turn the key.
Hurry! Ford's factory authorized clearance ends soon.
Eric Young moves into the game now for Colorado. He will play left field and bat third as Andres Galarraga leaves the ball game, and Gerald Clark moves in from left field to first base. Probably just figuring that Galarraga's had enough for the night on that gimpy knee, so they're going to make the change, and Galarraga had a fine ball game. Mike Munoz will continue on the mound, pitching his second inning, and Pete Incaviglia leads it off for the Phillies in the 10th inning. Incaviglia has singled, scored a run, struck out, walked, and lined to second. For the Phillies here in the 10th inning, Incaviglia, Eisenreich, Stocker, and then Thigpen due to bat 4. Breaking ball misses outside. For the Phillies tonight, Tommy Green, Larry Anderson, and Bobby Thigpen. And 3 pitchers for the Rockies. Pitch to Incaviglia is outside, 2-0. They're trying to stay away from his power, and Incaviglia wants something middle in. The outfielders are playing real deep for Colorado. Incaviglia gets something in his eye, steps out. Munoz pitched the 9th inning, gave up singles to Kruk and Hollins, then got Dalton to ground out. As you look at the outfielders, Young, Cole, and Bichette. And Incaviglia patiently takes ball 3 as he continues to stay away from it. Can't blame him.
No, not a bit. One thing he doesn't want to do is he doesn't want to hang a breaking ball at Incaviglia as he did to Kruk in the previous inning.
High ball 4, he walked it. Here comes Eisenreich. And left-hander to left-hander, you might look for a bunt here. Phillies might use Thompson as a pinch runner, we'll see. And here comes Milt. Thompson will run for Incaviglia.
What a job those two have done in platoon, if you want to call it that, for the Phillies this year in left field. You put their numbers together, and you won't find any left fielder, maybe even Barry Bonds, has those kind of numbers.
Well, they have better numbers than Bonds.
Yeah, I'm saying, you put those two guys together, it's phenomenal what those two guys have done this year in left field.
Charlie Hayes way up at third, anticipating a bunt from Eisenreich. Thompson trying to get a decent lead off first. Now Munoz wants Girardi to go through the signs again.
Eisenreich wants to bunt the ball to the first baseman, Clark. He wants to make Clark come off the bag, field the ball. It's a very tough play for Clark if he has to turn and try and throw to second.
Good bunt by Eisenreich. Munoz almost a little late in getting it over there. Sacrifice 1-3 on the play. And up to second goes Milt Thompson.
Well, this is your picture-perfect bunt. Got the ball, he hit the ball where it bounced on the dirt, so it didn't get the real high hop off the turf. Munoz only has 1 play, first base. Nice bunt.
Now they're warming Marcus Moore up in the bullpen. Big, tall right-hander who throws real hard. Phillies have moved Ricky Jordan out to bat for Bobby Thigpen as Kevin Stocker comes up. Stocker has hit in 10 straight, but he is 0 for 3 tonight. And he gets another shot here. Charlie Hayes robbed him his last time up. There is Jordan. He will hit next. Little chopper. Benavides has a tough play, and he just got him. Freddie Benavides has made some good plays tonight, too. Both of them. Charlie Hayes and Benavides have really made good plays on that left side. Now let's see if they go to Marcus Moore. You would think they would once Jordan is introduced.
There's that good play, throwing off balance. And you can see that the ball was caught just as Stocker's foot was coming down. So a fine pickup by Clark. Just as his foot was going to hit the bag, the ball was caught.
And Don Baylor on his way out, and they will go to Marcus Moore, the right-hander. Here he comes. So Munoz will leave. Marcus Moore comes on, and we'll be back with more from Marcus right after this.
Yeah, how far away do you think I can get in 72 hours?
I wouldn't trust my car past the city limits.
For the way you travel today more than ever, the smart money is on budget.
Ask for budget smart rates for great prices on cars that won't cramp your style, all with unlimited mileage. The smart money is on budget.
To soar with eagles, be the best. To win the industry's highest awards for quality, commit to excellence. Provide superior quality products and have the strength to offer them at more than 12,500 locations nationwide. More than any other major brand. Discover for yourself the difference quality can make. Fly with the new superpower.
Marcus Moore, 6'5", 195-pounder, 22 years of age, from Oakland, California, formerly property of both California and Toronto. He has been at 3 places this year. He started his season at Central Valley. In 8 games, he was 1-0 with a 0.75 ERA. Then to AAA Colorado Springs, 1-5 in 30 games, all out of the bullpen, with a 4.47 earned run average. You saw his numbers here in the big leagues. Phillies saw him a couple times last week. Ricky Jordan will bat for Thigpen. The pitch to Ricky is outside, ball 1. Dykstra on deck. Thompson at third. 2 outs in the 10th inning, tied at 2. There's the guy the Phillies want to get home, Milt Thompson. Marcus Moore's pitch to Jordan. Broken bat, foul ball, right side and out of play, and Ricky will have to go get some new lumber.
Moore pretty much a power pitcher, fastball, slider, change. You won't see too many of those other off-speed pitches from him. He gets a little erratic at times. He's very young. Really hasn't learned how to pitch yet. Just really tries to blow the ball by the batter, but can be effective that way because he throws the ball so hard.
He was selected by Colorado in the 2nd round for the 2nd choice of the 3rd round in the expansion draft, off the roster of Knoxville, the Toronto Blue Jays organization. Signed by California, 17th round pick in June of 1989, and then traded over to the Blue Jays. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Jordan. The pitch to Ricky. Low, ball 2, 2-1.
Thompson trying to get Moore's attention by dancing a little bit off third and then breaking for home.
The pitch to Ricky. Fly ball, center field, playable. Cole waves off Young. He squeezes it. That'll do it for the Phillies here in the 10th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. They leave 1. We head to the 11th, tied at 2.
If you want your car done right, it has to be done by the right people.
We take care of our customers. We do the job right.
Quality all the way.
Experience counts. The customer comes first.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
We're only as good as our people. That's why Jiffy Lube is America's favorite oil change.
We got experience at Jiffy Lube.
Looking for a great car at a great price? Well, your local Nissan dealers are having one of their biggest sales events of the year.
I was in the right place, and it must have been the right time.
For a limited time, you can lease a Nissan Maxima GXE for just $1,000 down and $299 a month. Lease a Sentra XE limited edition for just $500 down and $169 a month. Or buy an Altima starting at $13,000. Your local Nissan dealer. It's the right place at the right time.
I was in the right place, and it must have been the right time.
Now, the Pennsylvania Lottery has 2 drawings every week for the Cash 5 lump sum jackpot. So every week,
I want to go this way.
2 people can hit Cash 5. All the cash, all at once. When you win the Pennsylvania Lottery's Cash 5, you'll get all the cash all at once in 1 lump sum. It's a lot, but you can handle it. Cash 5. All the cash, all at once.
Bill Thompson remains in the ballgame. He will play left field as Pete Incaviglia departs. Thompson running for Inky. And the new pitcher for the Phillies, their 4th of the ballgame, is the right-hander Roger Mason. There's Roger, 4-2 in his 20 appearances with the Phillies. He lost a game to the Rockies last week when Benavidez touched him for a home run in the 8th inning. So big, tall Roger Mason comes on, coming into game number 55 overall, 4-9, with a good earned run average of 3.67. Gerald Clark, Joe Girardi, Freddie Benavides. And then the pitcher Moore batting in the 8-hole. There's Terry Mulholland, who has gotten some publicity today and last night because of that broken right hand. Here we go with Clark leading it off, 0 for 4. Fastball is a little bit low, ball 1. We are in the 11th inning, tied up at 2.
A good portion of the fans are still with us tonight also.
Swing and a miss at a hard breaking ball. A lot of people still left. Looking for some more late inning heroics by the Phillies. Roger Mason is 6'6". He's 220 pounds. 34 years of age, from Bel Air, Michigan. Doesn't chase that one. 2-2. Here's Gary Wayne, the funky left-hander, starting to loosen up. Phillies have seen quite a bit of him this year. He came and picked up a save in the game that Colorado won here, their first trip in, striking out Darren Dalton in the 9th inning.
He's got that herky-jerk motion, right?
Does he ever?
Slings it up there.
Gerald Clark fouls it off the end of the bat, out of play, right side. Fastball struck him out. Roger Mason comes in, strikes out the first batter he faces. 1 out here in the 11th inning.
Mason with a good spin on the breaking ball right there. You can see the slider going a little bit away and down. Clark swings right over the top of it.
Girardi, the batter, who is 0 for 4. Talked earlier that they don't have left-handed hitters through the Colorado Rockies, but one thing they have settled down is their bullpen situation, where they have 3 left-handers, 3 right-handers, and Don Bell are going to use those left-handers tonight with all these left-handed hitters of the Phillies. Girardi, fly ball off the end of the bat to center. Dykstra coming in, 2 down.
Dykstra hesitated just a hair on that because Girardi had such a big swing. It looked like it was going to go a lot further than it really did, but he hit the ball off the end of the bat. Might have broken the bat. So Dykstra had to wait till the ball reached the zenith up there in the air, its apex, and then when he saw it was hit fairly shallow, he had to really come back in.
Cardinals back to within 2 now in the 3rd inning as Gilkey knocks in a run. Here is Benavides, who beat Mason by hitting a home run off a forkball last week. 2 outs, nobody on base in the 11th inning. One ball and 1 strike now on Benavides. Marcus Moore is in the on-deck circle. They have Chris Jones, Danny Schaefer, backup catcher, and Vinny Castilla, an infielder, left off their bench. All right-handed hitters, of course. 1-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, struck him out. Perfect inning for Roger Mason. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Hill's given another try in the bottom of the 11th.
We thought we'd been everywhere, seen everything. We were wrong.
We're back to the bone. We're back to the bone.
These guys were weird, and we liked it. Later, they took us to the Tower of Bud. Brother, tomorrow we ride again.
Upon completing the rear axle assembly diagrams using a 9-inch gripping wrench, tighten the C diagrams and secure the frame extenders to the housing mount. Congratulations, you built a tricycle. While the simplest things can be made complex, the challenge is making the complex simple. But that's what we do at Bell Atlantic Mobile. with straight answers, clear explanations, and with no assembly required. Bell Atlantic Mobile. Advanced technology and people who make it mean something.
It's a really good-looking baseball jacket, free for kids 14 and under. Compliments of Acme and Kraft when the Phillies play the Reds Sunday, August 29th at 1:35. They'll make a racket to get this jacket. Call 463-1000.
All-Stars Croc, Dawson, and Hollins face the Mile High Colorado Rockies live from Veterans Stadium Tuesday night at 7:30, exclusively on Prism, the home game home of the Phillies.
Hey, maybe tomorrow night will be just as good as this one, so tune in. Larry has a pregame show at 7. We'll be on at 7:30. Phillies and the Colorado Rockies. And Lenny Dykstra, the top of the order for the Phillies. Marcus Moore, the right-hander, stays on. Dykstra, Duncan, Kruk. 2-2, bottom of the E11. Strike called on a good fastball. Lenny drags an 0 for up there tonight. He does have a sacrifice fly and a run batted in the second inning. That gave the Phillies a 2-1 lead at the time. The Rockies tied it on Hayes' homer later. Outside. Dykstra has faced Moore once this year and walked. Just missed a little low and outside with that good eye of Lenny's. 2-1.
If you need a run, great way to start off an inning with your leadoff guy, and a guy that has a great eye, as you mentioned, Chris, and can get a walk almost at will.
Looked like he was trying to end it.
Yes.
He got ahead 2-1. He looked for a fastball to jerk and swung through a pitch. And he will do that every once in a while. I mean, he'll get into a position where he can hit a long ball, and he'll try it. Or where a long ball is what you want. There he goes, turning on one, but hits it way foul. You can see that's what he has in mind right now against Moore. And I'd be amazed if Girardi doesn't go away from him now.
Well, do you think you could send him a little note to make it fair?
Cleveland goes into Toronto and beats the Blue Jays. Cleveland had a big weekend at Boston. They are the spoilers right now. And he went away from him, popped down the left field line, and Eric Young is right there. That was a good call by the veteran catcher Girardi. Throw a pitch away after Dykstra looked like he was trying to jerk one. So there's one out here in the 11th inning. And Mariano Duncan, the batter, 1 for 4 with a single and a walk.
Duncan going back to the cherry laminated Louisville Slugger. That's why the bat is got that different look as some of the other bats that the players use. Some players use the darker bat, the hickory wood. Others use a flame-treated Louisville Slugger.
Duncan, a high fly ball to left. Back goes Young in the corner. It is caught right at the foul line in the left field corner by Eric Young, and he gets a big smile. 2 down.
Well, he didn't have much more room, as you can see EY going over near the line, right at the base of the fence in fair territory by about 1.5 feet. Makes the put out.
That's a home run in Denver. And here comes Kruk. Duncan just missed hitting that over the fence. Phillies in the 9th inning. The first 2 batters went out, and then Kruk and Hollins singled, and then Dalton grounded out. Just in the game in extra innings. A pitch to John. His low ball 1. Kruk has not faced Moore this year. Ground ball, base hit to right field. This is deja vu all over again, as Yogi would say. Same type of hit, 2 outs, and Kruk hits one in the hole.
No, what's that other saying? It's never over till it's over.
And now John Kruk on a 3-hit ball game.
Kruk with that penitent swing that he's got.
And here we go to Hollins.
In or out. This time he's looking in, gets it, turns on it, picks up his 3rd hit. That's
hit number 8 for the Phillies. The Rockies have out hit him 10-8. Guy throws hard. Collins is 0 for 2 off Moore. The on deck batter once again, Dalton. Moore with a lob toss over to first. Kruk's not going anywhere. That startled him more than anything. Beautiful night here. That nice and cool. Good ball game. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning, tied at 2. 2 outs. Phillies have Kruk on at first. Pitch to Hollins. Comes inside, 1-1.
Well, there's definitely been some excitement. Each team has had a chance to possibly get extra runs.
And Gary Wayne is up throwing. He's up for Dalton probably. Here's the pitch to Hollins. Hopped up foul, out of play. Right below us.
Ball bounced out of the upper deck and down into the lower deck, as Chris said, right below us. And several fans made a diving effort.
They lost their beverages.
Amongst other things.
1 ball, 2 strikes. There's Kruk. Pitch to Hollins. Left center field. Young right there. Waits, and we're heading for the 12th. With the Phillies in the 11th, no runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Still tied up at 2.
Hazy sunshine this afternoon. High close to yesterday's 96 downtown.
There are some things that money can't buy. Infiniti believes safety should be one of those things. That's why they're the only car company whose entire line includes standard not only ABS and dual airbags, but automatic seatbelt pretensioners to help snug the belt around you as the airbags deploy. From their least expensive G20 to their most luxurious Q45. Would a visit to your Infiniti showroom be in order? I think that's safe to say.
Darren Dalton, Madonna, Lenny Dykstra, Gina Davis, John Kruk, Rosie O'Donnell, Jim Fregosi, Tom Hanks, the Phillies, and the Peaches. The hottest teams in baseball. 2 teams in a league of their own, and only one channel's got them both, Prism. Whether it's at the vet or on the silver screen, it's the most exciting baseball action of the summer. From your baseball crazy friends at Prism, the only place to be for the summer of '93.
And don't forget, right after the game between the Phillies and the Rockies here tonight, Kickboxer 3 will come right on your tube. So don't run away, because following immediately, right after this game, you'll get to see that fabulous movie, Kickboxer 3.
And there are your totals as we go to the 12th inning. Great job tonight by the bullpen of both ball clubs. Reynoso went 5 innings and gave up the Phillies 2 runs, and then Ruffin, Munoz, and Moore have shut the Phillies down the rest of the way.
Score look on the bottom, the Phillies score look like our national debt.
And Tommy Green gave up both runs for Colorado through 8 innings, and Anderson, Thigpen, and Mason so far have done the job out of the pen. Chris Jones will come up and bat for Moore. Jones formerly with Cincinnati and Houston. 287 hitter, 5 for 13 as a pinch hitter with 2 runs batted in. And the new pitcher for Colorado will be Gary Wayne, it would appear. Of course, they still have Holmes out there, the right-hander, and Steve Reed, another right-hander. Yankees trying to move into a tie. That game has been delayed by rain throughout the night. Tough play. Coming on Eisenreich, and he glides under it as usual. He makes tough plays look easy.
Well, the big reason he's able to do that is he gets a very good jump on the ball, and when he runs with a very effortless motion. And what, as you mentioned, he looks like he's gliding. He's really running very hard, but he does it so effortlessly. He just looks kind of like gliding over there and makes it look easy.
34-year-old Jim Eisenreich. What a year he's had for the Phillies. Here is Alex Cole, the leadoff man, 2 for 5. Breaking ball for a strike. On deck is Mejia. And on the outside corner again. Now Dave Hollins can back up at third.
Cole wearing those protective eyeglasses, formulated a long time ago by a big basketball player named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Protective eyewear.
Low. Left center, Dykstra and Thompson, and Lenny cuts in front of Thompson and makes the play. Good running catch by Lenny Dykstra, almost another collision.
Well, this is where you need great communication between your outfield. Everybody knows that the captain of the outfield is the center fielder, and when he calls for it, you get the heck out of the way if you're not in center. And you saw Thompson started to call for it. He made movement with his mouth, but Dykstra called him off at the last second, and Milt did exactly what he's supposed to, get out of the way.
And Mejia, the batter, 1 for 5.
Well, this guy really does open up, as you brought up before, Chris. He's got that open stance to begin with, and then it's like that left foot is just kind of bailing out of there.
Throw him a slider and missed it. There's a fastball beaten foul. Zim tried to catch that one, and he missed it. He just let the fans have it.
What a great guy he is.
Popeye. He's a beauty. He was a heck of a player at one time, too.
Yes, he
Don
was.
Zimmer. Good third baseman, shortstop, the Dodger chain.
You know who he replaced, don't you? Jackie Robinson.
Oh, nice play. Stocker got him. Oh, Kevin Stocker made a big league play there to retire Mejia. In the 12th inning, 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. 2-2.
It's like having a Phillies ticket window come right to your home. Call 463-1000 and reserve your tickets in advance. No rushing, no waiting, no hassle. 463-1000.
Nice play, big league play by Kevin Stocker. Mejia hits a ball, a high hopper, then the ball dives at the last second on the dirt, and Stocker picks it up off his shoe tops and then makes a fine throw on the run. Big league play by the young shortstop. And there he is right there. Phillies are getting a lot more out of Stocker than they ever thought they would at this time of the year. He wasn't even supposed to be in the big leagues.
And he still has a chance to extend his hitting streak. Here is Gary Wayne, that herky-jerky left-hander. Pitched 2 innings last Thursday against the Phils, allowing 2 hits, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Was a winning pitcher in a game earlier. He leads the club in appearances with 50, all of them in relief, does Gary Wayne, who's been a real workhorse.
Wayne, a fastball, a slider, a split finger pitch. And as Chris mentioned, very herky-jerky motion.
He is not a whole lot of last for left-handed hitters. In fact, Darren Dalton this year is 1 for 7 off him with 3 strikeouts and the 1 hit, a homer. And here is Dutch. He swings and fouls it off the mask of Girardi. He wasn't going to let Wayne get ahead of him there. He took a hack on that first pitch.
Sometimes catchers have a tough night. Watch what the ball does to that mask. Boom. You see his head shoot back?
Dalton, Thompson, and Eisenreich, 3 left-handed batters to face the left-hander Gary Wayne. Phillies have David West up in their pen. And the breaking ball misses inside. Wayne fastball, breaking ball, and a forkball for a changeup. He's 6'3", 193-pounder. As West warms up. And Dalton takes a breaking ball outside. Wayne has pitched in the big leagues with Minnesota. 8-8 in 147 games coming into this year. Two and one to Dutch. Oh, he hung a breaking ball inside, or was that fork ball?
No, that was a breaking ball that didn't break, and that's what Dalton was doing. He saw the spin on it. He started to go after it and realized kind of backed up on him a little bit. And that's why the kind of a funky swing. The ball just did not break.
Old backup breaking ball.
Yeah, great pitch.
And Darren Dalton continues to have trouble with Gary Wayne. He strikes him out. One out here in the 12th.
You see the difference in the one breaking ball that did break, and here he gets the good control off the breaking ball, and the ball breaks across the plate.
And Milt Thompson will get his first at bat of the ball game. He came in to run for Pete Cavilla in the 10th inning, stayed in the game. There are the numbers on Thompson. As Wayne will work from the stretch at all times. Milt has not faced Wayne this year. On deck is Eisenreich and then Stocker. Phillies still have Mickey Morandini, Todd Pratt, and Kim Baptiste on their bench. The Rockies have Danny Schaefer and Vinny Castilla. Inside, 3-0 to Thompson. Will take one and maybe two. Pitcher number 5 used by Colorado tonight. Gary Wayne. Thompson fouls it off.
That pitch might have been a little bit up in the strike zone. You see Milt talking to himself, trying to remind himself, make it be down, make it be in the strike zone.
Balls and 2 strikes to Thompson. Rip, but foul. Thompson got out in front of that breaking ball and lined it foul down the line. The count remains at 3-2. We are in the bottom of the 12th inning, tied up at 2. Thompson pops it up. It's playable. Who wants it? Clark, the first baseman. And Gerald Clark puts it away. 2 down.
Lining a breaking ball down the right field line. Wayne came back with another off-speed pitch, but really pulled the string on it. And Milt was way out in front of it. Popped it up shallow part of the infield.
And that'll bring up Eisenreich. See Jim 2 for 4 tonight, and he is 0 for 3 against Wayne this year.
Changing speeds has become so big a part of this game for pitchers when they don't have real good stuff to keep the hitters off balance.
Eisenreich fouls it back. He's hit 6 homers this year, knocked in 42. Doubled off the wall in right center a long time ago off the starter Armando Reynoso. $40,000 plus here tonight, and a lot of people still in the ballpark. Eisenreich down the line. It's a fair ball. Clark playing right there, steps on the bag, and that'll do it for the Phillies in the 12th. 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We're heading for the 13th.
Bert sells balloons. Bob sells balloons. Bert sells wacky gifts. Bob sells wacky gifts. Bert delivers. Bob delivers. So if Bob's got everything Bert's got, why Bert busy and Bob not? Now, do you suppose Bert's got a big color ad in the book 9 out of 10 people use? The genuine Belle of Pennsylvania Yellow Pages. 9 out of 10 use it. No other book can match it. A Belle Atlantic Company.
Did you know Texaco puts System 3 in every grade of gasoline?
System 3 gets high marks in every grade, which is a lot better than I ever did.
My dad says Texaco puts System 3 in every grade. I'm in the 4th grade.
That's why I always fill up with System 3. What do I look like? Don't say it.
When it comes to performance in cars both new and old,
With System 3, I can get great performance from Beacon Hill to Beverly Hills.
count on every grade of Texaco System 3.
Don't try it with any other gasoline.
I wouldn't.
Who asked you?
The other day, these guys came to me and said, Kirby, how'd you like to be in a cross-training commercial for Nike? You wear the shoes, right? We could come film your workout. So I say to them, let me get this straight. You want to make a 3-hour commercial?
It's the last business person special of the year. Wednesday, August 25th at 12:35. The Phillies play the Rockies, and all fans get a handsome poster featuring all the Phillies pitchers' compliments of Mel and BSFS. Call 463-1000 now.
Well, here we go to the lucky 13th. Tied at 2-2. Roger Mason will pitch his 3rd inning. And Eric Young gets his first at bat. He came in to replace Galarraga in the lineup in the 10th inning. Andres tonight was 3 for 5, and he hit them all hard. Well, one time he had one fist hit. And Young takes a strike call. It's the longest game in Rockies history.
Yes, it is. The previous was 12 innings, and obviously we're surpassing that right now with that pitch.
But we know it's not the longest game of the year for the Phillies.
No, we don't want to break that one.
That was 20 big ones.
Yeah, we don't even want to come close to that one.
And the pitch to Young is outside.
Where's that Bigfoot blimp when you need it?
That 20-inning game was on July the 7th, 6 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, that was a blessing.
7-6. Swing and a miss. Roger Mason gets Eric Young to chase a high fastball. For Roger, his 3rd strikeout. 1 out here in the 13th.
Young, a low ball hitter, goes after a pitch that's up in the letters, really probably out of the strike zone. You can tell sometimes when you play 13 innings, you have a tendency to do things maybe that you wouldn't do in a normal 9-inning game. That really isn't a pitch you should be swinging at.
Sometimes, guys, everybody tries to end it.
That's true. They all want to be the hero themselves because everybody knows that everybody's tired. So.
Thought they Bichette the batter, and he can end it. Deep to center field. Back goes Dykstra. It's out of here. Home run, Dante Bichette. He crushed it to right center, and the Rockies lead it 3-2 on his 19th home run of the year.
Well, first we looked at Lenny Dykstra in center field. Lenny went back towards the fence like he had a play. And after about 6 steps, he just slowed up. Started to watch it. You can see the pitch up in the strike zone, down the center. And Bichette, who has home run power to all fields, you can see Dykstra going back in about the 7th step. He decided, I don't have a play on this one.
Trouble. So the Rockies hit another home run. They're 2nd of the game and now lead it in the top of the 13th inning. And they're getting Darren Holmes up, a guy who's been closing games effectively for them. Right-hander. Hayes, a check swing pop-up. Dalton and Kruk are looking at each other, and Dalton takes charge and catches it 2 down. And there is Darren Holmes, who will be coming in here in the bottom of the 13th. Phillies have not lost an extra inning game at home this year. And they will have to score in the bottom of this inning to keep that intact. Gerald Clark is the batter. Where he's going.
Somebody called his name. He thought it was the manager. He started to go back towards the dugout. And now he's going down to talk to Don Zimmer.
That's Bichette.
And I'll tell you what they're doing. They want Holmes to have a little bit more time in the bullpen, so they either want him to take a pitch or they're just trying to waste some time to give Holmes a little bit more time to warm up. That's exactly what they're doing with Gerald Clark.
And there is Holmes getting ready. Mason's pitch is high. Slider. That's low. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 outs and a run in here in the 13th inning. And Mason misses 3-0.
Well, you know he's taking a strike in this situation. They want to give Holmes as much time as they can to warm up, so Clark was told to at least take 1 strike.
And he does. Fouled off the end of the bat, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Atlanta 3, San Francisco nothing. Top of the 4th in that big game in San Francisco. Steve Avery has an RBI double in the game. Padres lead the Cardinals 5-3. They are in the 5th inning at San Diego. And we are in the 13th here in Philadelphia. And he walks Clark. 2-out base runner for Colorado, and Joe Girardi will bat. It's walk number 1 issued by Mason.
Catcher Joe Girardi.
Roger seems to have a little problem finding the strike zone here.
Into his 3rd inning of work. That home run by Bichette, the 11th hit of the game for Colorado, as Gerald Clark leads off first with 2 outs. And Girardi lines a single to center. Dykstra cuts it off and keeps Clark at second base. They really want to keep this game to 1 run. Here comes Johnny Padres out. Talk to Mason. Maybe he's starting to run out of gas here in his 3rd inning. Phillies don't have anybody up in the bullpen. They have right-handed hitters up here, and another one in Benavides. So Padres delivers his message quickly and heads back.
Shortstop, Freddie Benavides.
And here is Freddie Benavides, who struck out against Mason in the 11th inning. Left field, Thompson is there. He grabs it. And they're out. Are the Rockies here in the 13th inning, but they get the go-ahead run on Bichette's homer. A run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. Phil's coming up with their last chance in the bottom of the 13th.
Deep to left center field. Way back. This ball is a grand slam. Home run, Darren Daulton.
Hi, I'm Chris Willer. There's no more exciting place to be for a Phillies game than in the broadcast booth. And thanks to Prism, that's exactly where you could be on September the 20th. If your name is selected, you'll win a night out with the Phillies featuring a complete behind-the-scenes tour of that night's Phillies-Marlins game. And a chance to spend an inning with me right here in the Prism broadcast booth. To enter, just send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to the Prism Booth Contest, P.O. Box 1252, Ballackinwood, PA 19004.
Deep to left field, fair or foul. It is a fair ball, upper deck home run, Pete Incaviglia.
Send your entries in right now, and I'll see you here for the Phillies-Marlins game on September the 20th. Well, here is why the Colorado Rockies lead this game as Dante Bichette hits a bomb here off Roger Mason to right center field. A long home run by a strong guy. His 19th of the year. Lenny Dykstra, he tried there. He tried to make the umpires think maybe that ball hit the wall, but it didn't. It hit well up on the Expos logo, it looked like. And here is Darren Holmes, who has had a really up and down season. Started off very, very shakily, having a lot of trouble with his control, blowing games. Then they sent him out, and now he has made good on his last 14 save opportunities. And he's 7 for 20 on the year in save situations. Hasn't blown one since May 20th at San Diego. 17 save marked the second highest total by an expansion pitcher. You know who that is? Brian Harvey this year. Blew one yesterday. Holmes was optioned to AAA on May 5th with an ERA of 17.19. And since coming back on May 17th, he has a 2.79 earned run average. So whatever happened when they sent him out, it sure helped him.
Woke him right up. Fastball, slider. And he also has a little bit of a curveball, but he throws everything pretty much the same speed. Everything hard. Fastball's fairly straight. His curveball is a downer type thing. And as Chris said, he had a little trouble with his control. And every now and then he gets his pitches up, especially the curveball, but he'll come right at you. And after spending a little stint in the minor leagues, he's pitched very, very well.
So Kevin Stocker 0 for 4 tonight with an intentional walk and a 10-game hitting streak. Gets a shot again. Mickey Morandini is out to bat for Mason, and then Lenny Dykstra. So the Phillies will go left, left, left here against Darren Holmes. And the first pitch to Stocker is a strike call. Holmes picked up a save against the Phillies last week out in Colorado. He's 6 foot, 199 pounder. Never saw that before. Here's the pitch. Stocker to deep right center field. Back goes Bichette at the track, runs it down, 1 out. Stocker gave it a good ride, and Bichette ran it down, 1 away.
A lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd. But Stocker, for him to hit home runs, he's really got to pull it down the line. He juiced it pretty good, but as you can see, Bichette, right at the edge of the warning track, pulls it in.
And here's Morandini as a pinch hitter. You can see what he's done. He has a pinch hit home run this year. 1 away in the 13th. Phillies didn't hit much in the series this weekend at Houston. And tonight they have not swung the bats. Only 8 hits here in the 13th. Morandini. Long run Cole. He runs it down. The outfielders are playing really deep to prevent any kind of an extra base hit. They're playing like they do in Denver all the time. And that's a correct defense. The Phillies have hit 2 balls hard here and 2 outs.
As you can see, Morandini went right down and got this pitch. But as Chris said, when you're up by a run and it's the bottom of the 13th inning, you're going to play deep. You're going to let the ball go in front of you. And here those balls hit right to the track, but they were easy pickings for the outfield.
Well, Lenny Dykstra 0 for 5 tonight with a sacrifice fly and an RBI, and he takes a pitch over for a strike. Plenty high in the air to center. Back goes Cole at the track. He's going to catch this one. How about that for a save? 3 track balls here in the 13th inning, and the Phillies lose their first extra inning game of the year here at Veterans Stadium. Great pitching tonight out of the bullpen by the Colorado Rockies, and they beat the Phillies by a score of 3-2 in 4 hours and 3 minutes. We'll be back with a recap after this.